listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9. The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Antulaika hinasomu saohi tiparon dinguzu neni no yumagi nigui naizamu zondala chupara joni unayola osmu aizensela pemu Loki este sinyapai utu grinjo neni no yumagi nigui naizamu zondala chupara joni So if you ever change yeah. I know I laughed when you left, but I know now I only hurt myself. Oh, when they bring it to me, bring your sweet loving, bring it all home to me. Yeah, 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 yeah. You know I'll always be a slave until I marry you again. Oh, when they bring it to me, bring your sweet loving, bring it all home to me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Pues pindi loku nati doku ni gwinifi. Satoza no suseri tagwini. Ipon pangu zugi my go. Sama lagu zubai queen to see. Sama lagu zubai queen to see. Sama lagu zubai queen to see.
Sinya uli di sombran satan mak Ezu ita saluda antes di hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a no distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentanu iti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matuno nyagi toru iluga Parai gloria a big is la sen Parai gloria, a viva isla sen
table. Take it how you want it, boy, yeah. Take it how you want it, boy, I'll be faithful. I promise not to hurt your heart, swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start, my love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy, yeah. Take it how you want it, boy. Let's settle down and have a conversation. Whatever you're thinking, I'll be sure to listen. You're my man. You got what I need. Calling, I come running up on what is it you're seeking. Don't worry, boy, don't worry about a thing. You can put your trust in me. Just say the word, what it is that got you bugging. I'll be there whenever you are stressing. And when I do get close to you, all of your friends ain't got no clue. I just can't wait to be with you. I promise I'll make everything so easy. Boy, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart, swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start, my love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy, yeah. Take it how you want it, boy, I'll be faithful. I promise not to hurt your heart, swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start, my love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy, yeah. Take it how you want it, boy. Boy, I'm all yours. Do it how you wanna. Put me on your shoulders. Got me a soldier. Here's the plan. Stay forever in my heart. Always by your side till death do us apart. Don't worry, boy. Don't worry about a thing. You can put your trust in me. Say the word, what it is that got you bugging. I'll be there whenever you are stressing. And when I do get close to you, all of your friends ain't got no clue. I just can't wait to be with you. I promise I'll make everything so easy. Boy, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart, swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start, my love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy, yeah. Take it how you want it, boy, I'll be faithful. I promise not to hurt your heart, swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start, my love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy, yeah. Take it how you want it, boy. Take it how you want it, how you like it, when you need it, yeah. Take it how you want it, how you like it, when you need it. Take it how you want it, how you like it, when you need it. Take it how you want it, how you like it, when you need it. Take it how you want it, how you like it, when you need it. Oh, take it how you want it, how you want it. Take it how you want it.
Good morning, Guam. Good morning. Hey, well. Look who's back.
I'm back.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning. That was pretty long.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we've been doing our exercises while the big boss was on leave.
Sounded pretty good.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Remember that Poison song?
Which one?
Oh my God, look what the cat dragged in. Living my night, sin after sin. Night falls and then I do it again. Oh my God, look what the cat dragged in.
Some things never change.
Yep. Pretty much. Hey, he didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, obviously.
I was gonna say, guys, there's a Hyundai parked in my spot out front. I don't know. Welcome. It's Monday.
Oh, sorry, you have to park 10 more feet than where you normally park for the last week.
That's my cardio for the day.
Well, apparently Sabrina missed out on what was the unintended breakout popular segment of last week, our extended and detailed discussion of snakes.
Right.
I didn't miss out. I listened.
Thanks for listening.
And just for you, okay, I'm doing what we did in maybe the 2010s, is I've popped my collar exactly for you. I'm dressing like a trust fund enabled dweeb just for you. I have popped my collar specifically for you, for your
I
return.
think there's something else you should be popping.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
all right.
Ooh, get wrecked, Jay. Get wrecked. It's 6:21. She's
You have
back.
any more unused vacation time you want to like just
Feisty as ever.
Look at all the comments that are already like, your girl is back, everybody, and we are happy to have her, as are you, evidently. Oh, by the way, Pat Salas, I don't think ever joined us for like the last week. Pat, man.
Yeah, wow, Pat. Well, that's the deal, huh? If your sister's not here, you just never mind. Don't tune in. Wow, okay. Okay, Brett.
Dude, we're cousins, man. Come on, dude.
No, it's cool. Yeah, I guess Jason Salas isn't enough of a draw.
It's okay. We still kept in touch while I was on leave.
That's good. Just get those organic free-range hot Cheetos over here, and we'll be all right. It's Monday, 25th day of January, 2021. Back after a week on leave, Sabrina Salas Mantanani. So we had a little bit of a boys' week last week, Bree.
How was it?
It was pretty good. I got in trouble with the lieutenant governor. It's a long story.
Mm-hmm.
The testosterone was flowing.
It was flowing and going. 622, it's the link brought to you by Carrier, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. Coming up on the show this morning, of course, we kick it off with work week weather with Landon Islet of the National Weather Service, and then we'll catch up with the Chief Medical Officer of Public Health, Dr. Felix Cabrera. There's some big news. I think that was on Friday, right? CPS, they declared a state of emergency.
Saw that.
And so CPS is now under DYA's oversight. And so we'll get DYA Director Melanie Brennan on to figure out what the hell happened. You know, the Lieutenant Governor had been kind of talking about this the last couple weeks. He was talking about with schools not being in session, there was no mechanism, because that's where they get most of the referrals at CPS is, you know, a child is being abused or has something to tell grown-ups about what's going on in the home. They come to school, then they share it with the teacher or the nurse, and they haven't had that framework in place for how many months. So Lieutenant Governor was saying that, this is an issue, but I didn't know it was like an emergency. I mean, it's always an emergency when you're dealing with kids, but we'll just try and get to the bottom of it.
He also talked about the need for foster parents,
Right.
and possibly finally opening up the Regalu Foundation foster home.
Yeah.
I think he said he was working with the former First Lady on that.
Right.
You know what we haven't done in a week, guys?
Oh,
Okay, thanks, Jason.
right on.
Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Wipes up.
Wipes up, guys.
Wipes up. Car score down.
Yep, this is for a weekend of 0 results. We only released results from the tests on the weekend of its zeros. I was like, what? They released results on the weekend? No, only if it's zeros, okay, guys?
Hey, we're doing a good job.
Yeah, great work, Guam. We had a bunch of comments in here. Angel, Pete, Quintanilla, Castro, good morning. Familia and KUAM News, all have a good day. Be safe. Ken Paulino, good morning. Be safe. Mama Bear, good morning. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joseph, all on Guam. Welcome back, Sabrina.
Hey.
Hope you had a relaxing fun and had fun, sweetie.
Oh, thank you.
Francis Canata, good morning, everyone. Bebtest J. Solis, Buenos, and half a day, Familia and KUAM. Francis is watching from Spanaway, Washington. And then we have good morning all the way from Las Vegas, Lucia Paredo. Glenda Napati Delphin writes, good morning, welcome back, Bree. Christina Oko, good morning and off a day, KUAM, the link.
You see this? Okay, so Bree's brother does join us now and says, in response to your request for those, what was it, organic
free range
flamin' hot Cheetos?
Yeah.
He goes, don't worry, I got you, Chris.
Thank you, Pat, I appreciate it. I was just giving you a hard time. I know you were busy last week.
You gotta have some, you know what though, I mean, goods and services are typically
It's a barter
exchanged.
economy.
So you have to send
I'm gonna
something out
give
to Las
Sabrina
Vegas.
some Denancy again.
Oh, Denancy, okay,
Yep,
nice.
yep.
No, you said you were going to bring cake.
Oh, I'm gonna bring
That's
cake
what
this
I
week. Yeah, I tried a really awesome cake this weekend.
Tell us about that.
It was just awesome. So, and then there's this bakery in MTM, Huang's, and they're known, I thought they were known for their custard pie. So I went to go pick up a custard pie, and then they had this chiffon cake with a marshmallow cream frosting. And I was like, what's this? And the lady was like, oh, this is what we're known for. And I was like, oh, this is what you're known for? Because I thought you were known for the custard pie. And she's like, oh, this is the one. So I was like, well, geez, give me one. Man, that cake was so good. I don't even know what chiffon cake is, but it's the yellow cake. And then it's like you can almost see through it. It's real airy. And the marshmallow cream. Anyway, so we're going to eat cake this week.
You heard that. That's a promise.
Yep. I don't know if we're going to eat it for breakfast, but we're going to eat cake. 6:26 now. Also, coming up on the show, Mark Scott of the Guam Guard is kind of switching it up a little bit, and they'll now be assisting with vaccination efforts. So we'll find out about that. We'll talk to Jonathan Cabrera, and then we've got they're doing a GoFundMe for Andrew Castro, the man who was beheaded in Santa Rita yesterday. The family's managed to raise a good amount of money, so we're hoping to get Jonathan from the Castro family on to talk about this GoFundMe. We've also got Info Zoom with Nestor and Andy Wheeler talking to experts and concerned leaders about suicide prevention on Guam. That was a great segment he had.
Yeah. So he's got some of the leaders from Alig, Liz Duenas, who I interview every week for House to Home. She's a realtor, but she also does a lot of work with mediation, with conflict resolution and stuff like that. And suicide prevention is something that the Alig organization is really focusing on, because especially when the pandemic was really at its scariest and everything, of course, that was one of the biggest concerns. So Andy had a fascinating discussion with Liz and Michelle Sasimoto and
Lillian.
And Lillian, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to read the paper upside down. And Lillian, sorry, Lillian. And you're going to learn a lot from it. We think you're going to like it.
While you were gone, Bree, I don't know if you heard, but there's a new president in town.
Yeah, I definitely heard.
Yeah.
And watched.
May I just shed light on that?
Yes, you may, Jason.
Okay, I got, as the kids like to say, my butt handed to me. I got to take off my so you can all hear clearly, right? Sabrina sends me a note on, was that Saturday or Friday? Sends me a WhatsApp message. She goes, OMG, I'm so proud of my boy. Check him out. And, Brock is an avid jiu-jitsu competitor, right? So she sends me this picture, and it's like, she made it black and white, and she goes, hey, he got promoted, so he went up a belt. And I was like, oh, fantastic. Let's do something for him. Let's celebrate. And she goes, you didn't see what I did to the picture, did you? And I was like, okay, let me look around. I was like, oh, who's that old man, sitting on the side? And then she goes, quote, you dummy. That's Bernie Sanders. She did the Bernie Sanders meme, and I was like, I'm not the political guy, so I was like, oh.
Well, you got cloud. Bernie Sanders going to show up at your son's belt.
But I was
promotion.
like, and she made one of the Bernie Sanders memes. I was like, wait, this is a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing. It was all over our Instagram as a thing.
Yeah, but I was like, oh, okay. No, you know who I thought it was when I looked at it? I was like, oh, that's Larry David from, Curb Your Enthusiasm. No, apparently the Bernie Sanders, and I'm like the last one to know. So big surprise. But.
Hey, Roberto Francassini writes in, Buongiorno, Guam. Good morning, Roberto. Like I said, El Monday, forget about it.
Hey, you know what? Fantastic morning for a run. Even though Mr. Sun is not out yet, please be safe. Have a wonderful run, Signore, because he always joins us before he goes to his morning exercise. But gorgeous weekend this weekend, too.
It was actually very beautiful. A lot of people out at the beaches as PCOR 2 was declared. They did a whole bunch of stuff. So people are definitely out there, okay? 6:29, you ready to do news?
Sure.
You think you remember how to do it? It's been a while.
Yeah, Jason was doing news here for the last week.
You know what? It was
so
surprising.
I'm very glad you're back, Bree.
It was surprisingly awkward. I was even put in a chat. I was like, "Wow, this feels vaguely familiar." It's been so long since I've done that kind of thing.
It's like riding a bike, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, except in this case, the chain came off and
Hey, we're also doing Cover Me. It's brought to you by Burger King, where it's bag of BK chicken fries Friday. I love BK chicken fries. They also got the Steakhouse King available at Agotnia, Tumon, and Micro Mall. Let's get right into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Back from a week of vacation, Sabrina Salas Mazzanotti. Good morning, Sabrina.
Half a day. Good morning, everyone. The Department of Youth Affairs has temporarily taken over operations of Child Protective Services. This after the governor declared CPS in a state of emergency. Child Protective Services is an agency under the Department of Public Health. As administrative custodian, DYA will have oversight of all CPS operations, including case and referral management, staffing and coordination, and funding and related account and financial information. This declaration allows for the emergency movement of financials and human resources to CPS from the Department of Youth Affairs, especially as public health continues to address the COVID pandemic. According to the governor, Child Protective Services was created to help our children, to ensure their safety and protect them from abuse and neglect. While we acknowledge the hard work and dedication of our social workers at CPS, we must also take action when the system is no longer fulfilling its mission. For too long, cases went unreviewed and too many children did not get the help they needed by actively investigating and addressing the issues at this critical agency. We are safeguarding our children from any further harm, and I am confident that the leadership at DYA will get this done. First dose vaccinations continues today and tomorrow at the Southern Region Community Health Center and Ukadu High School for those in Category 1C or those 60 years of age and older. The clinics begin at 8:30 in the morning. Vaccinations will be given on a first-come, first-served basis. Meanwhile, tomorrow, a temporary vaccination clinic at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse gets underway and will run through this Saturday, January 30th. This is for those in need of their first or second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. The clinic is from 2 to 8 p.m. Residents are advised to schedule an appointment online via Eventbrite. A total of 75 slots are available per hour. Up to 60 appointments can be scheduled per hour online, with remaining slots to be used for walk-ins. You are urged to show your appointment ticket on your electronic device or print out at check-in. Bring a photo ID. Those due for their second dose are reminded to bring their COVID-19 immunization card. As for the latest numbers, 13,149 people on Guam have received their first vaccination. 4,471 have received or have been fully vaccinated. Starting tomorrow, the new CDC guideline goes into effect, requiring a negative PCR test for all passengers entering the United States. The test must be done within 3 days prior to travel. According to the CDC guidance, aside from pre-arrival testing, another test is recommended 3 to 5 days after arrival with a 7-day home quarantine. Airlines are mandated to deny boarding of passengers if they do not provide documentation of their negative results or choose not to take a test. According to the CDC, with the U.S. already in surge status, the testing requirement for air passengers will help slow the spread of the virus as they work to vaccinate the American public. President Biden assures the nation's mayors that his administration would be active and accessible partners, helping them respond to the COVID crisis. Skylar Henry reports from the White House.
Things are going to get worse the next several months before they get better.
In a video message to the country's mayors today, President Biden vowed to tackle the pandemic head-on with a near $2 trillion relief plan and calling on Americans to do their part.
We also have to act now, with urgency and unity as the United States of America.
The administration is adamant about getting 100 million coronavirus vaccines into Americans' arms, but says that is not enough.
In the next few months, masks, not vaccinations, are the single best defense that we have against COVID-19.
This week, the president signed nearly 30 executive actions, some reversing significant Trump-era policies, but most address COVID-19 and the economic fallout. The White House acknowledges the orders are only a first step and will take some buy-in from Republicans. Vice President Kamala Harris's chief spokeswoman, Simone Sanders.
Should we be actively involved in selling this plan and gathering support?
Also a priority for the Biden team, transparency. Dr. Deborah Birx, the former coordinator of President Trump's coronavirus task force, tells Face the Nation the Trump administration's rhetoric was a problem.
Communication is absolutely key. And so every time a statement was made by a political leader that wasn't consistent with public health needs, that derailed our response.
Dr. Anthony Fauci today agreed.
It was having to always be wondering whether or not it would please the president or not, or please certain senior staff members. And that's not the right thing to do.
With the impeachment trial for former President Trump set for the week of February the 8th, there's concern many of these initiatives will be curbed, with Congress as divided as ever. Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House.
Back here at home, as of Sunday, the Joint Information Center reports that out of 102 tests performed on Saturday, 0 returned positive for COVID. Guam's current COVID case count is 7,457 cases since March of last year. There have been 128 deaths, 126 cases are active as we speak, and there have been over 7,200 recoveries. A total of 11 people are hospitalized, 3 receiving ICU level of care, 3 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score as of Sunday is 0.9. And with more news, here is Tyler Matsinani.
Buenas and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matsinani with your headlines here on The Link. Bail has been set at $1 million for 40-year-old Donovan Ornelas, the man accused for the gruesome beheading homicide of 51-year-old Andrew Ray Castro. The former police reservist appeared via Zoom for his magistrate's hearing Friday afternoon, facing murder as a first-degree felony with a special allegation of deadly weapon used in a commission of a felony and aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. Assistant Attorney General Sean Brown requested the defendant remain detained on a high cash bail amount, arguing he is a danger to the community.
Your Honor, I believe our request was put forward yesterday. I'm going to echo that request. In my almost decade as an attorney, I've never seen a case like this, at least not on the island. And what makes the case even more egregious, Your Honor, is that the victim was stuck in a wheelchair when the defendant removed his head. And it wasn't something that was done on accident, it was an intentional act. And the indication is also that the portion of the body was taken to a different part of the island. People can only imagine to hide evidence. The people are very concerned about the release of this individual and what a danger it would place the island in. And for those reasons, Your Honor, we're going to be asking for $1 million cash bail.
According to the magistrate's complaint, Ornelas said he felt compelled to kill Castro because he had placed his family in danger. In a written statement to GPD, he described how he used crystal meth while at Castro's apartment. Ornelas admitted that he drove to an area in the north and left the head in a burned car in the jungle. In court today, defense counsel Gloria Rudolph did not make any objections. Ornelas' next court appearance is set for February 1st at 4 p.m. Congressman Michael Sinicolas is going straight to the White House now with a request to clarify whether claimants working reduced hours are still eligible for federal unemployment assistance. Sinicolas shared a letter today to President Joe Biden, co-signed by 12 of his colleagues. Nestor Lecanto has more.
At issue is recent guidance from the U.S. Labor Department to local labor director David De La Sola, which states that claimants, excluding the self-employed and gig workers who are working any amount of hours, are no longer qualified for the PUA program. In announcing the new guidance, De La Sola has cautioned the thousands of reduced-hour workers here that they may have to pay back any money they receive if U.S. DOL does not exempt Guam. De La Sola has said he, the governor, and Congressman Sinicolas are all working their channels, and Sinicolas shared this letter today to President Biden. He writes that, quote, "We, the undersigned, are troubled by the amended guidance that would disqualify millions of hardworking Americans from federal unemployment assistance programs." The letter goes on to say it always was and still is Congress's intent to ensure that working Americans who became unemployed, partially unemployed, or unavailable to work directly due to the COVID-19 pandemic receive benefits under the PUA program. The letter calls on the president to reconsider implementation of the new guidance or administratively allow reduced worker employees to continue to qualify. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
In yet another sign that the government may be squeezed for money, the governor has sent a bill to the legislature seeking to refund more bonds. Citing more favorable market conditions, Governor Leon Guerrero is proposing to refund a series of business privilege tax-backed bonds that she says would save more than $20 million in debt service over the next 2 years. In her transmittal letter to Speaker Therese Terlahi, Leon Guerrero said the savings, quote, could not come at a more appropriate time as we continue to address the COVID-19 pandemic gripping our island, unquote. The estimated debt service reduction is $2.5 million for FY21 and $17.5 million in FY22. That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
The Port Authority of Guam has released the results of its climate survey. The organizational climate survey was conducted earlier this month by the agency's Human Resources Planning and Marketing divisions. Employees were encouraged to anonymously take the survey, and 317 out of 356 employees submitted a response, which is an 89% response rate. According to a press release, the results showed overwhelming positive results in the areas of job satisfaction and revealed that employees believe that morale is at an all-time high. The survey showed that 99% felt positive that they are proud to work for the port, and that 97% also felt positive that management is accessible and approachable. According to the release, an amazing 98% of all employees who took the survey felt positive that management has an open-door policy and that the port is a great place to work. Results showed that 91% felt positive that management is fair, 93% were positive that management was transparent, and 92% were positive that management is accountable. Beginning today, Revenue Tax will offer limited walk-in services for certain branches, while appointments will continue to be serviced as scheduled. DRT will be open from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. for Manumco, individuals with disabilities, and veterans, while 9 a.m. to 12 noon will be open to the general public. Take note that Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, vehicle registration services will not be available, while on Thursdays and Fridays, driver's license services will not be available. According to DRT, you can expect delays, so customers are encouraged to bring umbrellas, snacks, and other necessary items. Additionally, all individuals must remain in their vehicles when they arrive, whether for appointments or for walk-in service, until they have been notified by DRT personnel that they are clear to enter the building. We now head into the Zoom room where we check in with the National Weather Service for your work week weather forecast, and standing by with the latest is Landon Idolette. Good morning.
Hey, good morning and welcome back, Sabrina.
Thanks. Good to be back.
Yeah, I tried to pop my collar, like Jason was saying this morning, but my collar is a little bit on the weak side. It's an old shirt, so
you got to starch it.
You got to starch it.
Starch it.
But yeah, weather-wise, we are looking great out there. And thinking about the weekend, this past weekend, a lot of people are out at the beach. It was a fantastic weekend to work in the yard, get stuff done, put up Christmas decorations that you had outside of your house. But also a great beach weekend. The week ahead, not that bad. I'm going to flip my camera around and go to some animations right quick, and then Jason will pull up some slides I prepared earlier. It's dry out there. As you didn't know, we had a good rain event last week on Thursday that did help mitigate our impending drought for this dry season. But it's back to dry conditions across Guam and all of the CNMI. And actually, that dry weather extends across all of the region, from the Dateline across the Western Pacific to the Mariana Islands and then on towards the Philippines. The only moisture in the region is south of Yap State and generally south of Palau. So not much to speak of out there. However, before we go to the slides, I do want to pull up some model data, and I don't always like to show the numerical weather model output because that's for us meteorologists to decipher and sort out the gibberish and then put together the best forecast. This is looking ahead to next week, but what I want to show you, we have a couple of systems coming through. This is going to be what we call the shear line. That's our winter weather pattern for this time of the year. That's typically from December through March, sometimes into April. We have these cold fronts, these strong North Pacific storm systems coming off of Japan. That's generally moving from Japan eastward towards the States and Alaska, but they can extend these cold frontal boundaries into the mid latitudes, and then they lose their cold front characteristics and become what we call a shear line, an area of convergence, stronger winds, and they generate hazardous seas and surf. And these things can be narrow, and they can set up over the islands, and they can last anywhere from hours to a day or two. And it's tricky because these things can be very compact and narrow, and they could give a cloudy, rainy, breezy day for Guam, and then it's sunny and dry at Tinian and Saipan. And so that little boundary can be very tight and very narrow. It can cause a lot of wet weather for isolated locations or dry weather for other nearby locations. So we're going to have one of these shear lines. It's going to be more fragmented, drop over the Mariana Islands Tuesday into Wednesday. not that bad. But then coming ahead towards the weekend, we do have another cold front passing to our north, and this one could have more of a substantial shear line coming over the Mariana Islands right there. So this is what we'll be watching for the weekend ahead. If this materializes, it could be wetter, cloudier, and windier late in the weekend. Looks like Sunday. Saturday looks like it won't be too bad, but Sunday could be the iffy if this trend holds together. So again, this is a long-range forecast model, and this is where we're looking at the possibility of coming this weekend. Is it going to be an all-day washout? It's too early to say, but this is just a model output, and things change. That's why we put out our forecast twice a day as we get the latest forecast model information. So Jason, go ahead and pull up the slides, and we'll talk about the week ahead. The headlines for today, not that bad. Moderate risk of rip currents along east and north facing reefs. This time of the year with the trade wind swell, we bounce between moderate and a high risk of rip currents along the east shores. That's going to be pretty much a permanent feature the next couple months as we go through the windy trade wind season. The Guam fire danger is moderate. We were at high last week, but that dropped down to moderate after the heavy rains we had on Thursday. Micronesia, there is a surf advisory for Kosrae and Pohnpei, and the drought information statement continues for Kapinga Maringi and Pohnpei, where they've had some rains, but not enough to bust that drought. Next slide, current conditions. We have north and northeast winds around 5 miles per hour. Not bad. It's been breezy the last couple of weeks, but this morning the winds are light. Mostly clear skies and dry. Current temperature a chilly 75 degrees. So bundle up if your kids are at the bus stop. It'll be warming up later today, but not that much. Yesterday we topped out, I think, at 85 degrees, and that's normal for this time of the year. So normal high is 85, normal low 75. The record was 68, set in 1973. Rainfall, we had a trace of rain, which just means it was just enough to get the sensors wet, but not enough to measure to 1/100 of an inch. Our record for the day was 1.5 inches in 1970, and the month to date, 3.84 inches. So the rain on Thursday did bring us back up to near normal conditions. Next slide. So this is the rainfall we had on Thursday last week. We had a good spread between generally 2 to 3.5 inches across all of Guam. This is a very Guam-centric event, whereas Rota only had spotty showers, and Tinian and Saipan were bone dry that whole day. As a matter of fact, Saipan had their first grass fire of the year. It was a pretty large one along Wireless Ridge. They were able to get that contained and taken care of by the next morning. So for them, they need the rainfall, but we're going to see the drought conditions gradually start trickling in. And yeah, I see you showing that, Jason, on the Zoom room. 70 degrees at 2:30 that afternoon on Thursday. So it was a cold one. It didn't set any records for the day, but it was freezing cold out there. So, you know, that's part of the highlights of this time of the year. The scatterometer, the satellite-based winds at the surface, not much to see out there on the next slide. The winds are light with the moderate to strong winds down south across Micronesia and lighter winds Saipan and northward. The next slide, this is what I want to talk about the most. The sea conditions are fair. We're looking at combined seas of 5 to 6 feet on the open waters today. They're going to dip down at least for the next 24, 36 hours, but we're going to see a small bump in north swell around Tuesday, Wednesday with that weak shear line coming through. So we're going to see a small bump in the seas and surf from the north midweek. Then they're going to go down again, but then that next shear line come around January 30th into the weekend. We could see seas and surf rise substantially come Sunday if that shear line holds its strength in the models. So that's what we're going to be talking about. If it looks like it's going to be a major thing to be concerned about for the weekend, I might talk to you, Jason and Sabrina and Chris, probably Friday morning. So we'll be watching that. Next slide. The drought situation, largely unchanged. We're starting to see some yellows up in Saipan. That's abnormally dry conditions, also in Kwajalein and Woche of the Marshall Islands. But the exceptional drought in Kapinga Maringi remains. Although they're starting to get some showers down there, we could see an improvement to extreme drought down from exceptional for Kapinga later this week. And then the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, no suspect areas across the region. So that's the good news for the tropics. And for the week ahead, nice today, but come midweek, watch out for increasing clouds, a few more showers Tuesday through Wednesday night, only a bump up to about 30% with that weak shoreline coming through. The winds will increase to between 15 and 20 miles per hour, and combined seas will build to between 8 and 11 feet by the weekend. North swell will build midweek with that shoreline, but again, a larger swell could come for the weekends with partly cloudy showers or partly cloudy and isolated showers on Saturday. And I put that asterisk there because Sunday could be a bit different forecast as these things come into better alignment. So again, watch out for the weekend forecast because that shear line, we'll be watching that. And as the models come into better resolution, we'll have a better feel for what to expect later in the week. So again, this is still 5 to 7 days out in the future. Once we come within 1 to 3 days, we'll have a much better feel for how this thing will materialize. And that's all I've got for you all this morning. So it's going to be a great day.
All right. I guess we might be talking to you, like you said, on Friday.
Right.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
But
No, I mean, we could use the time if you have time Friday. You know, you bring some charts with you and stuff.
I will do that. Yeah, this is a perfectly seasonal weather, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. So that's the good news.
All right.
Thank you, Landon. All right. Landon Islet, National Weather Service there. So, maybe we will get them on Friday to kind of tell us what to expect. You know, like they say, if you don't like the weather on Guam, wait a minute, it'll change. Got to be one of the toughest jobs. 25th day of January, we'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with the Chief Medical Officer for the Department of Public Health, Dr. Felix Cabrera, next on The Link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Baby, let me teach you, give you love instruction, show you what to know. Need to take it easy, no need to rush, no, baby.
Good morning, Monday.
All this love I can give
6:58, we're KUAM FM, Agani Guam, The Breeze. This is the link.
Perfect love, as long as you're willing to learn, baby. So many search to find, love that's as good as mine.
Yeah, to our viewers on KUAM TV, good morning on you. And yes, we do have some football coming up, Jay.
There are a couple events going on today involving a somewhat oblong ball made of pigskin that I think a few people would be vaguely interested in. In 6 hours and change, my friends, we will know what two teams will be playing in the Super Bowl, and you can watch that right here on KUAM TV 11. As for the NFC Championship right now, it is Dr. Felix Cabrera's preferred team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, with Tom Brady leading the Green Bay Packers 14-7. The second game comes up at 9:30 right here on KUAM.
Wait, what?
Tom Brady plays for who?
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
I know.
Wow.
He went down with the and so okay.
Just can't get rid of the guy.
Okay, now you know Doc is a big football fan, so Joseph, you want to bring him up? So we were trying to do something at KUM, and we always do this. We say, what 4 teams that are in the conference championships can we do something with the food of that region? So obviously Green Bay, you've got cheese. Kansas City, you've got barbecue.
Yep. Tampa Bay is what?
Tampa Bay is
seafood.
Death metal, maybe.
I'm guessing seafood.
Yeah, we were trying to figure, and you know, of course, Buffalo. You got Buffalo wings.
Right.
Yeah, if any of you guys are from Doc, would you even know about the cuisine of Tampa, of that part of Florida?
Not at all.
Yeah. You know, us Jawaras, we have the weirdest reasons why we root for a team. Like, Doc, can you tell us why do you root for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Because I've never met a Tampa Bay fan before.
There are many.
Well, yeah, now that Tom Brady's with him.
Fan, in general, but I'm a Tom Brady fan, so that's what it is.
There you go. So he's one of these guys who follows Tom Brady. Like Andy. Is Andy now a Tampa Bay fan or still Patriot?
He's kind of, his heart's still in New Hampshire where he's from, but, you know, he follows Brady, you know, to the ends of the earth.
Right on. So there you go. Tampa Bay in the Battle of the Bays right now beating Green Bay.
Yep, by a touchdown.
By a touchdown.
And if you're wondering, the Kansas City Chiefs, defending world champs, are favored over the upstart Buffalo Bills by a field goal. So that's what the experts in Vegas are saying.
Wow, and we're going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff with the big game coming up here on the stations at KUAM. So keep it where you got it. 7 o'clock. Let's get into Official business now, if you will, with the Chief Medical Officer from the Department of Public Health and Social Services, Dr. Felix Cabrera. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Jason.
I'm sorry, the comments, seafood and Cuban cuisine for Tampa Bay, guys.
Ah, okay.
To get you a nice Cubano or something.
Oh, that'd be good.
Right? Sounds great. Doc, okay, so we had a weekend here, 0 positives both days. I was joking with Sabrina that we only release results on the weekend if it's zeros. You know me, Mr. Sarcastic. But, how do you make of those results, Doc?
Well, again, the results that are released over the weekend are only partial results. So those are that were done through public health labs. Monday is usually when we get the rest of the information from like DLS and the hospitals and in terms of their results. And so that's why Mondays there always is a little uptick. It seems like just like last week, it was 3-day weekend. So that Tuesday, all of a sudden there's 30 cases and people were freaking out. But that was over 1,000 tests that were done, and so that was pretty consistent with where we had been. And last week we were averaging around 10 new cases per day. And we're doing a lot better than that now. We're actually, as of today, we're averaging about 6.1 new cases per day over a 7-day rolling average. So that's pretty good. Much better when it was 128 new cases per day back in November. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing I noticed while I was away is the fact that public health has really started ramping up vaccinations and offering it at different locations. So if you could just run through where all these different, I guess there's clinics now, private clinics aside from AMC, and also pharmacies.
Yep. And so this has been what we've been hoping for, to get to this point where there's been we have the ability to now decentralize a lot of the vaccination process, and so that really was happening early with partnership with GMH, with partnership with GRMC, and so that was incredible, where we were having 4 sites going on at the same time with mass vaccinations. And then now you get a little bit more of more intimate vaccination experiences with several of the clinics coming online, having met the CDC requirements to be able to give these vaccines. So it's very good. So at least from what I understand right now, it's AMC, SDA clinic has gotten some doses. Rexall Drugs is the first pharmacy to come online. And then Hagatnya Med, and then IHP and Tumon Medical Office, and then FHP as well. Got some doses that were distributed. So in those particular clinics, if you're a member of that clinic, if you go there regularly, just call and you can inquire about what about getting the vaccine. But typically what they're doing is that they're doing it for patients that are already scheduled for their routine health maintenance visits, like their annual exam, for example. And so then that's when they're administering it to them. And again, staying within the guidelines of what the eligibility criteria is as of today.
So you can't just go, you have to still fit that, like for example, we're doing priority group 1C. Do you have to be 60 years of age and older to go and get these, get the vaccines currently?
Correct. Yes, that is right now. Now the VAPPC, which is the committee that sets these priorities for the vaccines, have made that determination. And last week there was the addition of the school-based staff to start being included into the eligibility criteria. So this, and just so we're aware, school-based staff is actually a 1B. You said so. There's a group of other 1B areas that we haven't greenlit yet. Because there was, some more concern about there's certain people in the 1C that we really had to get, vaccinated and give them the opportunity, and that was the 60 years and older, so breaking from just the 75 and above.
All right. So private clinics, Rexall Drugs, again, if I'm either in 1B or 1C, those are the only people that can go and get the vaccine.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're there for, I don't, each clinic's gonna come up with their own way of distributing. And so they may have certain patients that are high risk that are already 60 and over, and they may prioritize them, and they may call them in, for example. So, we leave it up to the clinics to decide what is best to give the vaccines in the most efficient way and get the most out of it for these early doses that are given to them.
Is this Moderna?
Still within the criteria.
Is this Moderna or Pfizer?
So primarily it's Moderna because of it's easier for them
freezing.
to store and to handle, of course. So they've been given the Moderna vaccine.
Now, is it free?
Yes, absolutely. So again, the vaccines are you should never have to pay out of pocket for these vaccines at all. And so the vaccine itself is provided free from the federal government. Now, if you have insurance, the clinics or whoever, public health, even they have the opportunity to charge your clinic if you do have, charge your insurance if you do have insurance just for the administration fee, and we're talking about like $7, $15, something like that. But again, $0 out of your pocket.
Okay, so you might anticipate administrative costs. Clear, right?
Yeah, but that's on the back end. So the patients themselves should not have to worry about any of that. And that's just something that's between the clinics and the insurance.
There was a call?
Yeah, Doc, we had a call from someone who wanted to know if Category 1B included administrators and staff for GDOE or just schools in general.
So we say school-based staff. So if you are based in the school, if your office is within the school and you're required to be there for in-person teaching, then you qualify at that point. So if you're somebody that's on a more administrative in a central fashion and not actually school-based in the schools, then you're not yet eligible.
Can we go over the
quarantine?
Yeah. And what is the latest with quarantine?
Sorry. Before we leave vaccines, I just want to make I want to share something that I only did the calculations this morning, and so we've been focusing on the 75 and older, right? I mean, that's been the first group that we wanted. They're 1A, and they're the one, along with the healthcare workers and long-term care facility residents. Out of in Guam right now, there's estimated of about 6,500 persons that are 75 years and older. And so far, getting at least the first dose of the vaccine, there's been about 5,300 that have gotten at least the first dose. That's 82%. That's amazing. I was shocked when I saw that number. And we're talking about just almost just less than 2 weeks ago, that number was we're only at like 28%. And so at 82% of the 75 and older, that's amazing. And then already we're talking 28% of them already gotten the second dose. And then of course that will move as the time moves forward. But that's an amazing stat. And I think that we should be very proud and we're really glad that the Manamco are really taking to heart how important this vaccine is and how important it is to save their lives. But for the 60 and over, 60 to 74 crowd, we're talking about more of a 17% penetration rate. But again, there's over 19,000 persons that are between 60 and 74 years old. And then we've given first dose to them about 3,200. And so that's where we're getting the 17% there. So there's still a lot of people left to vaccinate in that age group. And these numbers are as of the 23rd, so as of Friday.
What about homebound vaccinations?
Yeah, so that's ongoing. So it's ongoing with different ways to actually reach out. So one is we know that HSP has been doing that for their own patients that are homebound, but then public health themselves are actually the nursing staff have a homebound plan to go out to the homes and this is in partnership, of course, with the mayor's office And then AMC themselves have been taking upon themselves to volunteer and go out and working with different mayors as well for certain villages, and so they've been doing that as of this weekend even. So I think it's great that we're getting to these patients. In particular, some of these homebound persons were very brave that came out for their first dose. And it took so much for them, but they just absolutely can't do it again. And so they tried to register for the homebound. So they are also the priority in trying to get to.
What about the renal care centers? Have vaccinations began there? I don't see them on the list.
Yeah, I don't have that information in front of me right now, and so I don't know if they've technically started giving the vaccines yet. Sorry.
They would be on the list though, right? If
Yeah.
they began. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then also, I just want to make sure that everyone's aware that starting tomorrow, so not only we're doing more vaccination opportunities in all these different clinics, but the mass vaccinations are actually shifting in a different opportunity, in that the National Guard now is operating vaccine clinics at UOG starting tomorrow, and it's from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Yeah.
So if you work during the day, now you don't have an excuse. You can get it after work. And so that's great. And the best thing about it is that you can actually register online for an appointment, so to speak. And so, but the appointments are 1 hour blocks. And so there's a certain amount allotted per 1 hour. And then you just go on, it's an Eventbrite link. And in fact, I'll share that because so basically it's tinyurl.com/vaccinateGU. And so you go on that and it's Eventbrite. You just sign up for the 1 hour block that you want to go to. And right now it's scheduled from tomorrow onto a Saturday, from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. And you come in during your hour. If you come in a little bit early and there's spots available, they'll take you right away. And so if you come a little bit late, you may just have to wait a little bit, and then they'll get to you. And so the main goal is to not turn anybody away. If you the focus is on the 60 years and older. But really, if you're a healthcare worker that's due for your second dose or finally coming around to wanting to get it, you can go to you can go to UOG tomorrow or throughout this week. If you're if you're a GDOE staff or a school-based staff, you're actually you have a more dedicated vaccination opportunity at GRMC, which is today and tomorrow. And for school-based staff, where the focus is them. But if you are not able to get to one of those today or tomorrow, you have the opportunities throughout the week as well. So plenty of opportunities. We're really opening up the lanes here so that people can really get the vaccine at this time. Now, the other part here is that with all these efforts, if you actually count how many shots we've given per capita, never mind the first dose, second dose, just how many shots we've given per capita, never mind what's been allotted to us, the Mariana Islands overall is leading the country. The CNMI is number one. We are Guam and Alaska are actually 1 and 2, 2 and 3 right now, and so we're doing great when you look at our population and how much we've been able to vaccinate. So we should be very proud of that, and we're only expanding further. So we're basically trying to make the strong argument to the rest of the federal government: give us vaccines. We are good at giving vaccines. Give us more. We will achieve herd immunity much faster than everywhere else. And so we're making that argument by the speed that we're vaccinating. So we should all be very proud of, not just public health, but the whole entire island and everybody's willingness to get vaccinated.
Doc, can you clarify something? You keep mentioning GDOE and on-site staff being able to get vaccinated. Does this include private schools?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. School-based staff. So I say GDOE just because they're the bigger, but then overall, it is private schools, so it doesn't matter. You can be private, you can be public, and so basically, and the focus is on primary and secondary education, and also childcare. That's one thing that is not really hasn't been cleared enough. Is that if you work in childcare, then you also are considered a school-based staff and you are eligible to get vaccinated.
Mm-hmm. When the 1C, 60 years of age and older, and even maybe 1A, the 75 years and older, if they have caregivers, are they able to get vaccinated?
Yeah.
Even
And
if
so
they're not.
especially-
Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So what we're basically considering the caregivers for those who are homebound, and we're talking about really homebound, right? And homebound in that they can't take care of themselves completely. They can't do their activities of daily livings on their own. They need assistance from a primary caregiver. That primary caregiver, we're considering them actually essentially a 1A healthcare worker at this point, and we're trying to protect that elder, and so therefore we need to protect them by also protecting the primary caregiver.
Okay.
Regardless of their age.
The CDC guidelines in effect January 26th. I'm not sure if that's Guam time tomorrow or we have to wait till Wednesday with the rest of the country. That's still on target to be implemented, correct?
For the requiring PCR.
Yeah, 3 days prior to arrival and then after.
And what's the great thing here is that the onus is on the airlines to enforce that. So any of the international flights that arrive into Guam, the airlines are not supposed to have them board if they don't have that negative test within 72 hours. So that's what's the good part. But again, we already have a much more stringent quarantine process at this point, where we actually require the government-based quarantine at the quarantine facility. So that by itself is more, of course, protective. We are not requiring the 72-hour test coming from those flying domestically at this time. Unless you're somebody who's an essential staff and going on restriction of movement, then yes, you have to have that before you arrive. But right now it is, of course, the quarantine with the ability to test and transition to home quarantine after the day 6.
What if I go to like Japan, Singapore, or wherever for a couple of days or a week, and I come home? Do I need to get the PCR test?
Yes, you do.
You still
because you'll be traveling from international.
Okay,
even though they're doing an excellent job controlling, but it's still it's a CDC requirement.
Mm-hmm.
Federal requirement.
And is that in effect tomorrow for Guam, or is it going to be Wednesday with everybody else, the rest of the country?
It's the 26th, and so I assume that we do it on our calendar as well.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Any changes to quarantine, or anything new with quarantine?
No, not at this time. Nothing to report. Only saying that more than ever is quarantine more important now with these new strains that are out there. Mm-hmm. And I can't emphasize that any more than I am right now. And that we thought that maybe quarantine was a little bit, there's some arguments about it being, too restrictive and it was too much. Right now, the way it is, this is the only thing that's protecting us from the new strains. And we know that this is successful because look at the CNMI, for example. Our quarantine right now is very similar to the CNMI, and the CNMI has not had any community spread in I can't even remember when, months and months, right? And so anytime they get a positive, it's because they're catching it within quarantine. And so this is extremely important. What we're finding more is that yes, these strains from the UK and from South Africa and Brazil, that they're more infectious, right? There's a new study that shows that I think the one from UK might even start showing that it might make you more sick as well. Now we thought it was just more infectious, and we know that, but there is some that may actually some strains that may actually make you more sick, and so more reason to be a whole lot worried.
And in terms of the vaccine, there's still nothing to show that even if you did get the vaccine, it would prevent you from or protect you from this new strain.
So far, what the studies are showing us is that it should protect us from these strains, the vaccine,
Mm-hmm.
which is very important.
I did want to go back to the education vaccines for education personnel. Does that include Dodea?
No, they have their own. So they're under Department of Defense, so they have their own, and they've been getting their vaccines already, as I understand. So that's to the Department of Defense allotment, not our local allotment.
Okay.
And then, by the way, the numbers you're seeing, that we're reporting, that's the civilian numbers. We're not even reporting the Department of Defense numbers. And so, but overall, when we are looking at it on the side in terms of overall herd immunity for the island and how we're scaling up toward that.
There was something that Dr. Ann had mentioned last week regarding was it military personnel that were coming in?
Yeah. There was three I think there were some positives with the DOD, and I'm not sure if these were people who are coming in for the Operation Sea Dragon, but she said that they were positive and that it was over on the DOD side. So,
but they're included in our numbers,
right?
Well, for the cases, absolutely, we always include cases, in our numbers overall.
Were they part of Operation Sea Dragon? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay, because when you read the release from the military about Operation Sea Dragon, they had strict protocols about testing before you leave, testing when you get here, and then the restriction of movement. So I thought that was interesting when she mentioned that.
Why quarantine is so important, right? Because they can still slip through, and that's why we want to be very clear about how we're enforcing quarantine and how we're defining those who are essential workers that are given this restriction of movement privileges. But again, it's a mix of that, and we're continuing, and we're always having these ongoing conversations about how to tighten things up as necessary.
All right, thanks, Doc. Anything else you needed to let the community know about?
No, I just wanted to be sure that everybody knew about the vaccine opportunities. And that that we still have a lot more work to do here on Guam, especially those who are between 60 and 74 years old. There's only about 17% of you that have gotten your first vaccine. So we encourage you to make it out to these clinics and get your vaccine.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And let's keep up the charge.
Yep. Well, let us know when we're ready to go over here.
Okay, we'll do.
All right. Take care, Doc.
All right, thank you, everyone. Okay, bye.
All right, Doc. 7:22. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room. Welcome back, Sabrina. I was like, let me just sit back, and Sabrina's like, let's move along here and bring on Department of Youth Affairs Director Melanie Brennan, who has got a new hat to wear this morning. Was it, Bria, state of emergency was declared, was it Friday?
Yeah, late Friday, right before the 6 o'clock news, the governor declared a state of emergency with an executive order for Child Protective Services, which is under the Department of Public Health. And as we all know, they are frontline to battling the COVID pandemic. And so she is giving temporary, authority to the Department of Youth Affairs to oversee the operations of CPS. And so we're bringing on Melanie from DYA, who is the director, to talk about this major task that she has been handed. CPS, they handle all sorts of complaints when it comes to abused children. And it was kind of surprising and shocking to hear that, according to the executive order and the release from the governor, that cases were going unreviewed and children weren't getting the help that they need. There were, it sounded like they weren't doing investigations and addressing the issues that this critical agency deals with.
Right.
So it was really for me, it was really shocking and really sad to hear that, because we all know that, CPS, they're such an important agency, especially when we talk about our children's safety, health, and welfare.
Right. And one of the things that, we had heard was that without school being up and running, that kind of took away the avenue where a lot of complaints that would normally go to CPS were routed, when kids show up to school with, bruises or anything, and they want to tell a teacher, they want to tell a nurse, and then from the school setting is where CPS gets a lot of complaints. And then because of the COVID, I'm assuming they weren't going around and doing the
active investigation.
investigations.
Yeah. PCOR 1. Mm-hmm.
And so we're bringing on DYA Director Melanie Brennan. Sorry for the delay, Melanie. I don't want to make you late on your first day.
Thank you. Yeah, I was having trouble with my camera anyway, so we got that squared away.
Nice.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I don't know if it was just me, but the Lieutenant Governor in the last couple weeks of interviews had kind of alluded to some issues at CPS, but I didn't know it was at the state of emergency level. And it kind of came out of the blue, I think, not just for me, but for a lot of people who maybe weren't in on the process. So can you give us a little background on that? What led to this declaration?
Well, I think that, you all know that Public Health and Social Services has been at the forefront of fighting this pandemic. And so they've had to reallocate staff to help at the immunization clinics. I mean, since day one. Public Health also had to help other agencies, like, for example, the Department of Youth Affairs set up our infectious control program at the start since March. We had Shima coming out, checking on us, checking on the kids, as well as when we had our outbreak. And so I think with regard to naming DYA as administrative custodian is basically because we are a youth serving agency and we are poised to help with any backlog in referrals. A lot of the agencies were challenged. I mean, we were nocturnees. We didn't know, like, okay, do we come in, initially as an essential organization, we run a 24/7 youth correctional facility. So for me as the director is like, no, you guys have to come in, you're essential. But getting a clarification because the pandemic, this was the first time we ever had to deal with it. So all the agencies had question on who's essential, who's coming in. And so, we had to get clarification on all those issues. With regard to any backlog of referrals and referral management with CPS, I guess that's why, they're sending DYA in. There have been issues with recruitment of CPS workers for as long as I can remember. Even when I was a CPS worker, the turnover rate is so high. The work is so hard on an individual. You bring that home, it's not just 8 to 5. You bring home that stuff with you at the end of the night. And it can be grueling and very upsetting. And so I understand the critical nature of CPS. I understand that they have been overwhelmed for years and the pandemic just brought about other challenges. And so we do have some designated social workers that will be detailed to assist in the investigation of referrals, those that are backlogged and those that are coming in. And again, this administration, the governor and the lieutenant governor wanted to get ahead of this. We're opening schools, and we know that aside from the community and aside from hospitals and clinics, most of the referrals from CPS do come from the schools. And so this is important work, and we're ready to help public health, address it.
You said backlog of cases. How many cases are we talking about?
Today will be my first day to actually go in there. I know that the backlog is being addressed by the Deputy Director, Terry Uggan, but I guess I'll find out more information on those cases and those numbers later on today.
Do you know how many cases there are then?
Well, I only know that, in FY20, they received over 1,000 referrals. And so, of course, the referrals don't stop because of the pandemic. So how many they addressed, how many were vetted, I'm not quite sure.
And how many staff, I guess you were mentioning the social workers, how many are actually over at Public Health or at CPS?
So are you talking about CPS staff or my staff that I'm bringing
CPS
with?
CPS staff.
I believe that CPS, the Bureau of Social Services, has about 30 staff, but not all of them are dedicated to investigation and crisis intervention. So that is another thing that we'll probably have to manage when I get there.
But do you have an idea how many are involved in active investigations?
No, not at this time.
Okay. So priority number one, once you, I guess, get on the line with Perry, I believe you said.
Terry? Priority number one is really referral management. Looking at the crisis intervention and ensuring that the referrals are acted upon, and we are following the mandate of the law, which is they must be investigated within 72 hours. That's very clear in the law.
And it's only temporary. Do you have, were you had any discussions with the governor on how long CPS might be under your jurisdiction?
Now, I think that I would need to go in there to have a better, I guess, be better able to assess how long I think that we'll be there. Of course, I'm going to help them with recruitment. I'll follow up with, DOA. I've already spoken to Carol Hinkle-Sanchez, and she's willing to retrain. And sometimes that's real critical, especially when you have new people and you have a high turnover rate. That training is really important. And so, and also, sitting with the supervisors that are currently there and talking to them about, what their needs are. And as soon as I get in and have an opportunity to meet with everyone, I think I'll have a better time frame.
Well, when you hear about CPS, it's a huge, major responsibility. How are you going to be able to balance both, being the director of DYA and overseeing this critical agency, CPS?
That was one of my concerns. We're really trying to stand up some programs for our kids at the Department of Youth Affairs. And I know that we had spoken very recently about our reentry program. And so, of course, I voiced my concerns about just that issue. And again, we're all collaborating to help get this program rolling. And so the Guam State Clearinghouse has decided to help us, or they volunteered. They said, okay, if you're going to do this, then we'll help you with the grant. And so I think that's what one of the challenges of this pandemic was. We've all had to learn how to be more collaborative, and no single agency can do anything alone. I mean, it's such a tough time, but we've had to virtually do everything and work with everyone. And so I think, the Department of Youth Affairs is best aligned to help CPS right now. And like you said, it is so critical. It's so important that these referrals not linger and that they're acted upon for the safety of kids. And so this has to be my priority. And as you know, I've always talked about, dually involved kids that are involved with both the child welfare system and the justice system. They have the most complex needs. And so I think that, it's not self-serving for me to do it, because I'm going to go into CPS, and these are some of the families that we eventually will work with. And if I can somehow prevent it and get them the services they need when they enter the system, the child welfare system, then, it is kind of a feeder to the juvenile justice system. So, it's going to serve us as well.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned you worked at CPS before?
Yes, I started my career actually in Gov Guam as a child protective services worker, and then I later moved to the adult protective services world before going into the court system as a probation officer.
Mm-hmm. Well, go ahead.
I know it's early on, but are we going to be able to get our hands on the numbers of children who have been abused or placed in situations that they can't get out of because of this declaration with CPS? Is that going to be kind of one of the things that you look at?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. Are we going to get?
I'm just wondering how many kids are really affected by this. I mean, kids who are being abused and haven't got the time of day from CPS because of this pandemic.
Well, I'm sure the numbers will be clarified. And remember, many of them are allegations, and it's not necessarily that they are, but the law does mandate that they are acted upon within 72 hours. And so that is my goal. And if referral management was an issue, then I'm there to help. So I think, the answer to your question is yes, I will get some clarification on numbers. But that is exactly why, the governor and lieutenant governor put us there, so that we can manage it better, so that we can, see what issues there are and how they can be addressed.
Mm-hmm. Would these numbers also show that when a complaint was filed, and the child was returned back to that alleged abusive home, and then another complaint was filed?
I do believe that they keep those stats.
Okay.
I gotta ask the elephant question: is why did it take so long for us to realize that all of this was going on? I mean, we're how many months into this? 9 months? I lost track already.
Since March.
Yeah, basically since March, right? And we've only heard this being mentioned by the Lieutenant Governor within the last couple of weeks. So how did this get by the administration and the senators and whoever?
Well, Chris, again, I was a child protective services worker myself. There have always been issues with recruiting personnel that want to actually do this job. And then once you recruit them, providing them with the training and just, retention the turnover rate is crazy ridiculous. Like when I got involved in December, when we were trying to understand this issue, I was told that, we lost 2 social workers. One, I think as early as 2 weeks ago from CPS, another supervisor is contemplating retirement. And so succession planning, I think, is an issue, with all of GovGuam, but specifics to, what has been happening with CPS, I'm not sure. And I think that's why I'm going in to assist with that question and to assure the community that, we're trying to get in front of it. But it has always been a tough job. CPS is such an important agency, but throughout the years, not this administration, but even in previous administrations, there has always been an outcry for, we need to do better. And I think that's, why I'm going in, why I've been asked to go in.
Mm-hmm.
What about the money? So doesn't the emergency declaration come with $250,000? Is that going to be used to hire like more staff or?
So, as to the specifics of the funding, that was something, again, that I needed to meet with the administration about. This is my first day, guys, so I'll have more answers for you later. But yeah, certainly those are all issues, and I know it's important, and we're trying to be transparent, and I will help you find the answers to all your questions.
Thank you, Melanie.
But it's a daunting task. But we're ready to get in there and roll up our sleeves and work towards, being better at what we do.
When did you find out that you were going to be taking over jurisdiction of CPS?
In terms of like taking over, in terms of the executive order, they had given me notice in December that we had, at least it was disclosed to the Department of Youth Affairs that there were some issues, and that in what ways could we help, and they were even soliciting like, who has experience with child protective services. And as it happens, there are many of us within the Department of Youth Affairs that had actually started out and then moved to other jobs. So it was they had asked about it since December, but the Child Protection Act really prohibits anybody else from coming in, and so they needed to find a mechanism, and the executive order did that, allowed us to come in, so long as we're detailed specifically to CPS, because you can't be having your social workers doing DYA work and crisis work at the same time.
By any chance, have you heard if there's been elderly abuse?
That's a different. That is a different section. Again, that's adult protective services, and that is handled by the Division of Senior Citizens. Is there elderly abuse on Guam? Yes, there is. How is it addressed? They have, a counterpart agency for the elderly and for disabled adults.
I'm just asking because I'm wondering if we're going to see a similar action with adult protective services, not just child protective services, especially considering that adult protective services is also under public health. Right. And they're
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, that is a question to be asked.
Yeah.
Right. Melanie, thank you. Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Good luck today.
Okay.
Good luck. Have a great first day.
Thank you so much. But I actually have one more thing.
Please.
I know that Child Protective Services has always had trouble with placement, and so I I want to put it out there that if anybody is interested in fostering a kid in need, please call 475-2653. We need more foster homes. We need more suitable placements for kids who are in crisis, for families who are in crisis. So again, 475-2653. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie.
Any update on the Regalu Foundation, the foster home?
Just the only update, because of course that's one of the first things I asked, is DPW is still waiting on a part for, I believe it's a valve for a water pipe. And I spoke with Vince Ariola, it still is not in.
Okay. But 475-2653, that's the number to call if you are interested in being a foster parent.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
Melanie.
day, guys.
Yeah,
Take care.
Have a great day. Break a leg. Melanie Brennan, DYA, and the CPS director. A quick break.
Break a leg. That's terrible.
Yeah. We're back with Mayor's Council President, PD Mayor Jesse Alig, next, right here on The Link.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the car score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the car score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Hafaday and Mabuhay, I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Last night, she was fun. But there's only one question I want to ask you, dog. Did you get her? Oh, come on, man. Did you?
Good morning. I just had to laugh a little bit with this news out of the Port Authority of Guam. There's a survey that had come out in a release. They said basically it was something like 99% of... Hold on. Oh, I can't find it, but it was something like 99% of the... Oh, here it is.
Can I just read something before you get to that?
Please, yes.
Okay, we
Thank
do
you.
have a release from the Guam Police Department from spokesperson Paul Tapau that last night around shortly before 9:30 last night, officers assigned to the Dededo precinct responded to a shooting incident that occurred at a home along Route 28 Wasengsong Road in Dededo. A man was immediately transported to GRMC for treatment and care for injuries that he had sustained. He later succumbed to his injuries. He died, pronounced deceased by attending physicians. Detectives from GPD's Criminal Investigation Division were activated and now have assumed the case as a person of interest has been identified and is being interviewed at this time. The case is developing. Again, the Guam Police Department responded to a shooting that turned fatal. So it's now a death investigation. A shooting in Dededo, Route 28, Wasengsong Road, and they do have somebody that they are interviewing as we speak.
Well, good work, GPD. And what is going on Guam? 9 o'clock, though, we're scheduled to get Jonathan Castro on to talk about the GoFundMe account for murder victim Andrew Castro, of course, his brother. That's happening at 9 o'clock. The family's got a GoFundMe asking for assistance to cover funeral costs and other associated costs with the death of Andrew Castro. That's coming up at 9. 7:49 now. We'll go to the KUAM News Zoom room where PD Mayor and Mayor's Council President, Mayor Jesse Alig, is standing by. Mayor, good morning.
Good morning. Half a day, everyone.
So I understand off the bat you had something to share about the homebound. Was this homebound vaccinations or?
Yes, homebound vaccination. So it's important for the residents to know because at the beginning of January, Public Health had asked us to gather a list of homebound residents to submit so that they can get vaccinated. And at that point, most of us requested for a criteria as to how we're going to determine homebound. And we never really received it. We tried to keep in communication with Public Health. And most of us submitted our lists on time. Most of us submitted by January 8 our lists of homebound residents and caregivers. And on Friday, we received a list of criteria in order to be considered homebound. And so January 8th to January 22 is, waiting for the list of criteria after we've already submitted the list of residents who are waiting to get vaccinated that are 60 and above is not going to sit well with a lot of residents. And actually, I've received calls from residents from other villages. Fortunately, most of PD and yesterday MTM residents were vaccinated thanks to Dr. Hoa and AMC. That's volunteer service. So he'll decide when he's going to go to another village if he needs to or if he can, right? Because again, that's volunteer. But the difficulty here is that we've already sort of promised these residents vaccination, and now we have a criteria that we have to follow. And so I am asking public health to reconsider that. And so everyone that has been on that list since January 8 or up until January 21st really be considered for homebound vaccination, and everyone after that, we follow the criteria that public health set. And the criteria is basic criteria of homebound, right? Being frail, being bound to a bed. But I think a lot of the issues before this was the beginning of the vaccination clinics that were long lines and being hot, and the Manamco just standing out there. So that was their reaction to being considered homebound. And that's quite understandable. But I think public health and their teams have done a lot better with the vaccination clinics, and there's a lot smoother, and there's more public or private clinics doing the vaccination. So that might be easier on them now. So those residents that are really considering themselves homebound because of those situations, I think they might want to reconsider going to a clinic, a private clinic that they normally go to, because that would actually be quicker, or lining up again, because those services are a lot smoother these days.
Okay, let's just go back.
Number one.
Mayor, so basically you're saying that you have people in your village who were ready to get vaccinated who were homebound. And then after coming up with that list, the criteria came down a couple weeks later, and now you're saying that some of the Manamco who want to get the vaccine and are homebound do not meet the requirements released by public health?
That is correct. And so that's what we're hoping that public health will reconsider that criteria for those that were registered up until January 21st. And I think it's a possibility. These Manamco have already been put on a list, and like I said, somewhat promised vaccination because of their homebound status.
What's the difference? I mean, because homebound, it's not rocket science. We know what homebound is. So how did the criteria change, whereas now you're seeing people who are homebound and were on a list maybe not even qualifying to get the vaccine?
So I don't know what changed. I think most mayors were waiting for the criteria from public health in order to collect the names. But again, we were given kind of a deadline so that public health can manage their scheduling. And so we tried to meet their schedule without waiting or without the criteria. So now we're faced with this criteria, and hopefully we can work that out with public health. But I think I wanted to mention it because those Manamco who are hoping for homebound but are still able to, still mobile and still able to go into their doctors, I think they need to get out and call their doctors, their medical clinics, and see if they can get vaccinated, or Rexall, like you guys announced earlier.
Did you say you got the criteria Friday?
That's correct. We got it Friday.
So what is the criteria? So what is the criteria?
The criteria, I have it here, just a moment. So basically, like I said, it's real simple. It's bedbound, frail, and homebound by reasons of illness or incapacitating disability. So it's, like I said, it's kind of straightforward, right, to be homebound. But like I said, most of the residents that called us to be placed on the list were afraid to line up in the long lines and the hot sun and that sort of thing. So hopefully that doesn't create too much of a problem, and hopefully the Namco that are listening do call their clinics or line up in the vaccination clinics that are sponsored by the government. Which
Is that the message kind of going out from the mayor's council, like everybody who is homebound but maybe not? This sounds as homebound. Go to the clinic and get it.
Definitely yes, because it's going to be quicker because public health is still scheduling the homebound vaccinations, and if you're going to wait for them, it'll just be a longer process.
You don't sound too happy about it, Mayor.
Do you have an idea how many homebound that didn't know the criteria when they were signed up it affects?
I don't have a number, but there's approximately 2,000 homebound. We deliver about 2,000 meals, so that's what we're basing our numbers on. So it's potentially a large problem, and we're hoping to.
You're basically saying if you get a homebound meal, you should meet the criteria for homebound vaccination.
That's correct. Yes, right. That's correct.
You guys send a letter? What's public health or?
No, well, I just communicated directly with the director, and hopefully we can get that resolved soon enough.
What was that conversation like? Because I know you're a good communicator.
Well, I think it's positive. I'm just waiting on actual word that they're going to accept all the Manamco that are registered since the January 21st to receive their vaccination homebound. So hopefully that we'll get some good news today. Mm-hmm. But again, I just wanted the Manamco to know that are on the list that are waiting, that if they're able to get to their clinic, they should probably get to their clinic because that might get them the vaccination quicker.
All right.
So basically, if you're homebound, you're Manamco, you're in a wheelchair, but you're not bedridden, get up and go to the vaccine clinic.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for the.
Again, I'm just trying to get ahead before, I know that most of the mayors are trying to call their constituents and, so hopefully that works out for them, that they get to, get in touch with their residents and speak to them personally. But it's going to be, like I said, there's approximately 2,000 homebound.
Did you talk to the gov? Because, as a nurse, I'm pretty sure something like this would concern her. Or did it get up that high yet?
It's one of the topics to talk about today for sure. Yes. Okay. Hopefully we get resolution today.
Well, keep us posted, Mayor.
I will. I do want to say, though, from our last conversation that we've made some headway on the stray animals. I know that's not a hot topic for a lot of people, but for others it is. GAIN is now accepting the animals from the mayor's offices and animal control. So Mayor Paco worked on that with GAIN and animal control last week, and we're now doing a lot better with collecting the dogs and turning them in to GAIN and the cats if we're able to. So that's big. We haven't been able to do that for almost a year now. Wow. So I'm glad that's moving forward. And like I said, we promised the recycling POs by the end of January, so we should be getting them this week. I did see them on Friday, so most of the mayors should have them by this week. So that's a good thing.
Mayor, can you tell us anything about cashing out of the leave for the mayor's council, any mayors or any of the staff? Because we're trying to track a story, but I'm not sure if it's happened yet. We know that Angel Saban had said that Alig was trying to find the money to cash out employees' leave. And then maybe if you could clarify what happens in between elections, because I heard that employees get to cash out their leave and then they get rehired under the same mayor. And I know that it's done in the legislature too, but I'm just wondering what's the status of that for this year.
So yes, that is what happens at the end of a mayoral term. All the employees have to resign, and then if the mayor decides to keep them on, they're rehired. And of course, when an employee resigns, they are able to receive their unused annual leave up to 320 hours. So that's what Angel was talking about, and the money was identified, and so the employees will be receiving that. But that's definitely not our priority. Our priority was to get out the recycling revolving fund money first. So it has not actually been processed yet.
So I guess just, I mean, is that justified? So let's say, like you, for example, if you're going to keep the same staff because you were reelected, and I'm assuming you are, do they necessarily have to resign and cash out the leave, or could they just stay on the payroll, or is it a procedural thing?
They don't. Well, they have to resign because this is a new term, right? Or it's the end of the old term, and then they're rehired in the beginning of the new term. And yes, I believe that our staff do deserve the cash out of the annual leave, because they, again, our staff, our mayoral staff, work more than the 80 hours that they're paid. They don't get any increases. They don't have any increments throughout the term, and they work hard just like everyone else does. So they are deserving of the payout.
Right. I mean, is it prudent fiscally? I mean, is this something that, we can afford? And is there an alternative? Would the alternative be like, okay, guys, go on leave for 2 weeks or whatever?
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, with these times, right, we have to consider that. But prudent, if the money is available and the money is identified based on our needs, I think it is something that we can pay out, which we have identified. And are there alternatives? Definitely. There's definite alternatives, like the compensatory time. So they can actually do comp time and work or take the leave instead of coming into work. And so most mayors do apply that.
How much?
So we try our best,
right.
All the 19 districts.
How much are we talking about total that will be paid out for that?
I believe it's about, I don't know the actual, but closer to 800,000.
Are there
for
any
all the 19 districts? That's for the about 230 employees.
And any mayors, do you guys get leave?
That's correct, yes. The mayors and the vice mayors are entitled as well.
So any mayors, vice mayors cashing out the leave too?
I believe all the ones that, I believe everyone will be, except for those that are incoming, correct.
And so that's 800,000.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. But I do have to say, though, that, I do have to say, though, the one exciting thing that I wanted to talk about was the GUMA project that we're working on. It's Guam Unique Merchandise and Arts. And so that nonprofit is actually helping us, and I'm really excited about it. And it's to develop community commerce. And so we're hoping, and then I know there's some senators that are working out there on some other bills and some legislation to actually boost community commerce. And so I'm excited about it. We had majority of the mayors attend our organizational meeting, if you would consider that, last week. And most are on board with creating this sort of cottage business within the communities. And so, that will not only provide jobs for our people, but it'll, definitely bring out all the homemade bakers, the home farmer, the craftsmen that we have out there. We know that there's a lot of unemployment now, and those that are underemployed, but they all have skills and crafts, and we want to hopefully get them out to either begin a process of business or actually enhance their current business or their current trade so that they're profitable, and in turn the communities will be profitable, and we'll all it'll work out for everyone. So that's where we're going to be meeting. We're having our strategic planning meeting in a couple of weeks with all the mayors, so hopefully all the 19 districts will be involved in some type of community commerce so that we can get things going in the villages. So
cool.
We're excited about that.
That sounds pretty neat. Mayor, can you stand by just for a sec? We're KUAM FM. I got any Guam to our viewers on KUAM TV. Jump over to the Facebook live feed, and we do have some football, Jay.
Yep. And we will get you up to speed on what is going on right now. In the NFL, it is the conference championship right now. Of course, the NFC championship is being played in the very, very unfriendly confines to visitors of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Very, very cold there, but the home team in Titletown is finding themselves down. Tampa Bay on top of the Packers, 28-17, and the AFC Championship, where you have the Bills visiting Arrowhead to take on the defending world champ Chiefs. That's at 9:40 That's going to be live on KUM TV 11.
All right, there you go. So viewers on KUAM TV, my name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Hasta adios. And we're back. Well, so is Sabrina and Mayor Alig. We're interviewing Mayor Jesse Alig here, the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. I know Sabrina had a question for you regarding that OPA audit.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you had a reaction to the audit.
Which audit are you referring to?
The OPA audit on the COVID differential pay. Because I think some mayors received it and some didn't.
Yeah.
Correct. Well, I have to say that the mayors and vice mayors that received the pay, we did get direction and we did get the okay from the Department of Administration. So those that did receive the pay, I don't believe acted out of any kind of malice or malintent. I know that they did go through the process, and of course, DOA is our processing center, and they did confirm that it was in fact okay to receive that pay. So I don't.
No, I was just
I
surprised.
support the mayors and the vice mayors that received the pay for sure.
Yeah,
because not only did they work hard for it, but we did receive the approval for it.
No, I was just surprised that not at all of all of the mayors, vice mayors got the pay, considering how you guys have been basically on the front line of the pandemic with everything you guys have done since March. So yeah,
well, those that did not get the pay, they have their own reasons, and I believe, I think there's probably 5 that did not receive the pay or did not accept the pay.
What was the conversation like there? Because I know I want to say we had Mayor Jesse Gogwe. Did he get the pay?
I cannot confirm if it was Mayor Gogwe, but I do know it was Mayor Doris from Inarahan, former Mayor Doris from Inarahan, and Mayor Frankie Salas from Asan Maina. I know those 2 for sure, but I can't confirm. It's possible that it was Mayor Gogwe as well.
But anyway, one of those mayors was like, "Oh boy, that's our job. I'm not going to take anything extra." Was that kind of like, was there a divide in the council with some mayors who felt like, "Hey, this is what we're elected to do," and others who felt like we need to be compensated for this risk? That's a real risk. I'm just asking.
Yeah, well, I think for those that did receive it, of course, they, that was their justification, was that it was a big risk to be out there, and we really were all out there. So that was their biggest justification, and rightfully so, because we all were out there, and we're still out there, still delivering the meals and still doing COVID work. Those that did not receive it, I can't respond for those that did not. I can say for myself, I did not take it only because I considered it as overtime pay and as emergency pay, as if it was a typhoon. And we typically are not eligible for that pay. So because we're not eligible for that pay, I personally felt that we weren't eligible for this type of pay.
It was interesting, the audit with the auditor, BJ Cruz, had said this would be illegal to give unclassified employees bonus pay. But then he said the federal appropriation made it legal. So it was like illegal, legal.
Right. I saw that. And I, of course, again, I defer to a Department of Administration, because again, they're the ones that process our payroll, and they're the ones that, tell us what we can and cannot do. And because they gave us the approval to pay it out, of course, that's what we did. And of course, the money was there for them to receive the pay.
How about that letter from former Jotnia Mayor Jesse Blas? Were you able to see that letter?
I was able to see it. Well, the judge did ask him to write that letter, so he wrote the letter, and I just hope that the people of Zotnia, are able to move on with their current mayor. Mayor Bill Keng is great. I know he's working real hard, so I hope that the people of Zotnia find confidence in their new mayor.
I'm trying to find it. Do you have it, Rick?
Let me see.
So many letters. That's one thing about COVID, is it brought back letter writing. Oh, here we go.
COVID brought back a lot, actually.
Yeah.
And that's, I know you talk about other things, but I'm so excited about the cottage industries. And I think that
I am
think
too.
that
Hello, I'm
I
a
think that
Nancy maker.
COVID, well, yeah. And, you guys did the whole baking and dessert deal. And
Yeah.
you and Bree,
Bree's the baker. I don't like baking because it's like use precise measurements. I'm more of a put some more in there.
Well,
Baking, it's like you do
there
that.
you go. That's craftsmanship.
Right. Yeah. So this letter from and you're right, Judge Francis Tidenko Gatewood of the District Court had asked former Jotnia Mayor Jesse Blas to write a letter apologizing to the people of Jotnia. So here is that letter. To the people of Jotnia, I wish I were there with you so that I can speak to you. However, my circumstances only allow for me to write. Therefore, I extend my sincere gratitude that you have taken the time to read this, especially given the difficult times that continue to face the people of our village and the island that we all love so much. I sincerely hope that everyone in Jotnia is doing well. More importantly, I hope that everyone is staying safe in this pandemic. I assure you that all the memories that we have made together, I hold them close to my heart. I hope that you will do the same. I promise that my love for Jotnia will be with me always. I believe we can all agree that we have made a mistake at one point or another in our lives. With that being said, I will tell you that I have made a serious mistake. I have accepted my responsibility and the consequences that follow. As your mayor, I have broken the trust and respect that you have honored me with. While I am not perfect and will never be, I hope to one day mend what I have broken. I regret what I have done, and I am truly sorry. Some may say that being sorry is not enough, that humbly expressing dispensa cannot restore what has been lost. I will tell you that being sorry is an opening to a doorway of lasting change. I read a Bible scripture that I would like to share with you as it has helped me during my term of imprisonment. It's from Lamentations 3, chapter 3, verse 23, and it says, "Great is his faithfulness, his mercies begin afresh each day." This is a message of hope and forgiveness. In closing, I will tell you that Jotnia will always be my home, and her people in my heart, our village, will always be a source of hope and will continue to bring a smile to my face. As a fellow prisoner recently reminded me, he told me, "Hey, Mayor, there's only one rule." I asked, "What rule is that?" The prisoner responded, "Jotnia rules." Till we meet again, I miss you, Jotnia. Si Jules Masi, Jesse M. Blas, former mayor, Jotnia. Well, I guess as far as, accepting and helping meth go into cluster mailbox apology letters go, it wasn't that bad. What do you think of that ending, though? It's kind of a curveball ending, right?
I'm glad that, I'm glad he still has pride in Jotnia.
I mean, really? You're going to do the Jotnia rules and it's like, Jotnia rules, hey! Okay. I don't expect you to comment on it, but I heard that when his sentence is over, he's probably going to be over at the port as a program coordinator. And don't even just say it. Come on. Mayor, anything in closing?
Have a great week. It's going to be a long week for all of us, so
It
have
is,
a great
yeah.
week.
Let us know about the homebound. Right. Okay.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you, Mayor.
We have something else coming on this week with the mayor. So, of course, next week is our regular meeting. So, we'll hopefully have some updated news for everyone by next week as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor.
Right on.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Right on.
Adios.
The Cliffs Notes version of that letter. Hey, nobody's perfect. Yeah, I messed up. Jotnia rules. It is what it is. I've seen it all this year.
This year.
I mean, it's only 2021, January. I've already seen it all. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with Mark Scott of the Guam Guard. Mm-hmm. He is the PIO, and they're doing what's called an operational pivot. I believe that's what it's called in military speak.
And also, if you're just joining us, the Guam Police Department announced that it has launched another death investigation. There was a shooting that occurred last night around 9:30, or just before 9:30. A male victim was transported to the Guam Regional Medical City. He later was pronounced deceased by attending physicians. They do have an individual, a person of interest that they are interviewing, the Criminal Investigation Division, as we speak. And so that story is developing. So look for more on that story throughout the day as well as on prime time.
No, that's huge. 8:15. We'll take a quick break. We're back with more of The Link next. Good morning, Guam.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. 8:20, that's rock bottom. Monday, whoa! 25th day of January. It's The Link, brought to you by Caldwell Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E. Good morning. Coming up 9 o'clock, we're going to hear from Jonathan Castro, of course, who's the brother of Andrew Castro, who was horrifically slain in Santa Rita. Coming up at 9, as the family has stood up a GoFundMe to help raise money for Andrew's funeral and associated costs. So we'll catch up with the family this morning at 9 o'clock. It's 8:20 now. From the Guam Guard, we have Mark Scott, the PIO, here to talk to us about Operation Liberate Guam. Did I get that right? Is that, because that might have been taken. Liberate Guam,
No.
Mark?
You got it right. Thanks for having me come on this morning. I appreciate you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Operation Liberate Guam is the brainchild of our Surgeon Cell and Task Force Medical. And what it comes down to is, like, similarly to how we were, occupied by this deadly and violent occupation back almost 80 years ago, we're facing something similar today, right? So now that we have the opportunity, thanks to the community for bringing down the CAR score, our medics are somewhat more freed from helping out the hospitals, so they have it more under control. We're able to take some of those medics and repurpose them to help the vaccine effort. And this is what we're calling Operation Liberate Guam, to set us free from this occupation, if you will, and get us back to our daily lives. So Operation Liberate Guam, we're going to be involved with the vaccination efforts, and you're going to see it at the UOG Field House this week from Tuesday to Saturday. There was a presser put out, there was a jig put out, so you guys will have a chance to see those graphics. But basically what it is that we're having our, in support of public health and the governor's office, of course, we're redirecting our task force medical to put vaccines in arms at the UOG Field House again from Tuesday to Saturday from 2 o'clock p.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. Now, something different we're doing than we've seen before at the clinics is that we're having folks give the opportunity to make an appointment on Eventbrite. I'm sure you guys will be nice enough to post up that link.
Yeah,
you can also find it on our social media page, but what you'll do is you'll sign up on the website, and the link is provided in that graphic. And we are taking up to 1,800 appointments through online booking. Can you walk in? Yes, you can still walk in, but Captain Dean Strogoloff put it really well. It's almost like a Disneyland fast pass, where if you've made an appointment, you're going to get streamlined right through and get the shot in your arm. I would like to stress, though, that the walk-ins are reserved for, this is phase 1C. So our Manumku 60 years and older, that's who this is reserved for. And that's who the walk-in should be too, if you're not able to make the appointment. So please tell Grandma and Grandpa, or help them out with the Eventbrite registration. We're working on a tutorial to make things easier, and come through to the UOG Field House this week and get your shot. It's the Pfizer, dose 1 or dose 2 at the UOG Field House this week.
All right, thank you for that update on Operation Liberate Guam. But I kind of wanted to go back to our guards, men and women that were deployed to the nation's capital for President Biden's inauguration. Are they back, or are they still there?
They're still there, Bree, but I got some photos and videos this morning of them loading the bus. So they're done, mission complete for now, and they'll be on their way home soon. Now, one caveat to that, Bree, is that the chief of the National Guard Bureau has requested that there still remains a presence in DC for some upcoming events, such as the impeachment trial, such as the State of the Union address, and some other things. So like we always do, Guam raised our hand and stepped up and said, yes, we will be a portion of that footprint that remains in DC for these upcoming events. We're looking at a few who want to stay, who are already there, and we're looking at a whole bunch more from here who want to go out and rotate the troops that are on the ground. You know, some of them have school and jobs to get back to, so there will be a rotation. We're still finalizing the numbers, but yes, we're looking at sending a force of about 25 into the middle of March for these upcoming events. So we'll still be there.
There was a heartwarming story out of Congressman St. Nicholas's office over the weekend, as he had posted up on his Facebook that some of the guard contingent was sleeping in a garage, and he was basically like, "I ain't having it," and he opened up his office for these.
How awesome of Congressman St. Nicholas. That was great. You know, he drove at 1 o'clock in the morning once he found out. But just to clarify a little bit, you guys, the parking garage where you saw the troops resting was their break area while they're on shift. So they have long shifts and they take their breaks, and that was what we were seeing. Their lodging, when they're done with their shift, is the hotel. So they had good lodging. They're comfortable and warm and dry. But there was a little bit of miscommunication that was just their break area. But still, regardless, how kind it was of Congressman St. Nicholas to go there and open up his office and give him a little more of a comfortable break area. We appreciate it. We applaud you and your staff. In addition to all the other support we've gotten, former Congressman Robert Underwood was there visiting the troops. Former Congresswoman Madeline Bordallo was also on ground greeting the soldiers and airmen, saying hello, and just the outpouring of support from the community in general. We thank you all very much.
So they were on a break?
I'm sorry that
they were.
Like, how long was their break? Because I saw the cots being pulled out.
I mean,
like they were
about
staying the
this.
night.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if you give Guam troops a chance to have like an hour lunch break, there's going to be pots and rice and spam and cots involved. We'll take advantage of it for sure.
Because, you know, I did read one of the articles in Politico. You saw the pictures of all. It wasn't just Guam. There was a whole lot of National Guards members that went to the parking garage because they supposedly were told that they weren't needed anymore.
So I'm not sure what's going on with the other states too much, Bree, but as soon as I saw that article and I talked to some of the troops who are on the ground, they told me that is their break area while on hot shift. So it's just a temporary place for them to, you know, get off their feet because they're standing on the roads, they're doing patrols, to kind of take off their gear for a minute and grab lunch. But when they're done with their shift, they go back to their hotel room. I'm not too sure how the other states had their troops set up.
Because there were other Congress people that opened their doors for their National Guards members. It wasn't just Congressman St. Nicholas to provide shelter.
During the break time.
Sure, and what a great thing. Yeah, what a great thing to have the support from our leadership. It's awesome.
Amen.
And another issue that I saw in some of the national media reports were that some of the Guards members that were deployed to the nation's capital had come down and had been infected with COVID. Are any of our soldiers affected?
No, our soldiers were all vaccinated prior to leaving. They all got their at least dose one. And we also follow the protocol measures for things like, you know, the PPE and the distancing when possible and stuff. We have not had any positives with our Guam contingent that went to DC.
Okay. And what is the current count of vaccinations within the National Guard here?
Let me see. I'm going to say we did 100 during January drill or so, and the majority of our JTF, especially Task Force Medical. So I can only give you a roundabout number, Bree, but I'm going to say like between 1 and 200, not counting our civilian population that also got it because they may be first responders and stuff like that, our weekend drillers. So that's a wide approximation because I'm not tracking those right now.
Yeah, you know, we do have somebody, one of our viewers online is saying that those Guards members, they were not even in a hotel. That you're lying.
Are you a liar, Mark?
You know, I tell the information that I'm given, and I'm definitely going to go back now and find out more. But from what I was told, the hotel was their primary lodging, and what we saw in the parking garages was their break area. If that was inaccurate information, I'll be sure to go back and dig a little deeper and get back to you guys. And from what I'm told, I'm not lying.
Okay. No, I wanted to give you that opportunity to respond.
To respond to your detractors. All right.
Yeah, you know, and we rely on that. We do rely on our detractors to call us out if there's something that doesn't make sense or there's something wrong. It's called freedom of speech, and it's what we also stand for. So thank you for holding us accountable. We need it, just like everyone else.
Amen. What else you got going on? You guys still got a full presence at the quarantine facilities as they're such a crucial part of this COVID mitigation?
Yes, we do. We're still in the quarantine facilities, helping out with the vaccination efforts, the DC mission. We have Sec 4-4 up at the THAAD ramping up to go. Sec 4-3 is, of course, already there, and a security forces detachment in the Middle East. So we're all over the place, always ready, always there.
Always there. Well, thank you for always being available and accessible for us here on the link.
Appreciate
us little
it.
people.
Yep.
Yep, thank you guys too. And don't forget, come by UOG this week, 60 and above, phase 1 Charlie, for your vaccination. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
All right, Mark.
Take care.
Mark Scott of the Guard. He's the PIO, Public Affairs Officer. 8:30. Good morning. Sabrina's back. Yes, she is. You had a good leave? That's it. I was thinking this morning on my way, and I was like, when I asked Sabrina how was her leave, what does she do during her leave, she's either going to be like, or sleep.
Both.
You did both.
And sleep. No, my son went back face to face. I was trying to get used to the new protocols for dropping him off and picking him up.
Let me ask you about that, because we saw on the public school side, the numbers were really low for face to face. What was it like at St. Anthony? Was it like more of a back to school, like the traditional back to school vibe?
It kind of felt like that, but at the same time, everything was really organized. Even though I think on the first day, in terms of like picking up my son, there was a little bit of a wait, but then they switched the pickup pattern. So you pick up middle school students at the bottom of the church, and then everybody else at the top of the church, and so it kind of helped. It was a lot smoother after that first day.
Is it just one day of face to face?
No, my son goes Monday through Friday.
Wow. See, on the public
it's
school,
a pretty big. I don't want to say big, but it was a good turnout.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I think on the public school side, it's one day. I want to say.
One day for face to face?
Something. Don't quote me on that, okay?
No, it's Monday through Friday, and I gave my son and I think I even told you that story that I gave him like the bottle of alcohol, the wipes, the Clorox wipes. I gave him everything, and he was already just about done with his alcohol spray.
You put the fear in him then.
I'm proud of Brock.
Yeah, there's definitely a chip off the old block there with the because Bree. Let me tell you, with the sanitizers. It's funny, while you were gone, we noticed that when you left, there weren't any more wipes or spray. We kind of came in here Monday, your first day of leave. I was like, "All right, where's the spray, guys?"
Okay.
Like,
and we said it was going to be Boys Week here on the show, right? Chris comes in on Tuesday morning and he's like, "Oh man," he's like, "We don't have our wipes or anything like that." He's got a spray bottle of Clorox, screws the top off the spray bottle, and pours the Clorox on the desk.
Just pour it on there, and wipe it around, man.
Yeah, one of them I think I have like 2 Clorox spray bottles in our office, and one of them is the junk one, and then you must have got the junk one. I need to take that one and pour the rest in the
Yeah, because it doesn't work. The spray handle was
yeah.
too high tech. They went to a new design and they threw the old design out, but the old design worked.
Yeah, I think it's because there's no like.
Yeah, there's no little thing that goes all the way down to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Unless it's missing.
Yeah, that's what you get. This is.
I think it's missing.
Millennials, right?
Okay, wait.
It doesn't reach.
Speaking of high tech, have you guys seen that thing like when you're going through your Facebook post and you see those sponsored ads every once in a while? Have you guys seen that new high tech like face shield? Like the one I'm wearing. It covers like your whole face, and it's got like the computer screen, like the blue filter, so it filters out the UV rays, and I mean it's like.
You could just like show your smile.
I think it's like 175 though. It's not cheap.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the mask part. Like it may cover your whole face. It's like wearing what you're wearing.
Yeah, and I see a lot of people on Instagram and they're like, no, I want to show like my face and my beauty. It's like, no, don't show your face and your beauty. Wear your damn mask.
Yeah, wear your mask.
There's a guy who goes to the cathedral and he wears like a welding helmet.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm not even. God strike me down if it's not true.
But wait. Okay, now we really got to move
So
way
he
further
wears
than
like
6
it's
feet,
a
'cause-
welding hat and it goes down the back. I mean, I don't know if it's like a welding hat, but it looks like a. It really looks like a welding hat.
Also, so almost like Mandalorian.
Yeah. So he's definitely safe.
Nice. Do what you got to do.
I'm telling you, it's 8:35. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have Janela Carrera from Public Health. She's the spokesperson for the department, standing by. Good morning, Janela.
Hi, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Just kind of wanted to catch up with you. Anything to report over the weekend, and what are we looking at public health wise with vaccination and any possible outreach testing going on this week?
Yeah, actually, I'm here at Ukadu High School right now. We have a vaccination clinic. It's actually quite slow, so I'm glad I'm on right now your show because I wanted to, promote this and advertise this. If the listeners are tuning in, head on down to Ukadu High School. We also have one at our Southern Region Community Health Center, also slow down there. So for those who are 60 and older looking to get their first dose, or if you're also due for your second dose and you might have missed out last week, come on down. Now's the best time to come. No lines whatsoever. So come on down. We're here, and we'll take you. No lines whatsoever. So, and we're here also tomorrow, same time, same location.
Yeah, I just heard from Grace down at in Araha, and she said that as of 8 a.m. they only issued 3 tickets out of 250.
Yes. Right,
and there was somebody in our comments earlier, and they were saying, when the discussion we had earlier about, getting vaccinated, and she's like, hey, come down to Inaraha, no lines, everybody's super cool, please, and so it's Southern hospitality right there.
Go down in Iran, grab you some empanada.
Go to Papa
this
Egypt
morning,
store.
I think before we hit 8 o'clock, we only had maybe 3 or 5 cars that showed up this morning, so very slow here as well.
So when are you going to open it up? Because obviously you probably have some leftover vaccines. Who's next on, I guess, the list? Who do you guys contact to come on down, to take advantage of these vaccines?
Yeah, so, right now we're still working on our homebound seniors. And then, as you know, we also opened it up to those who are individuals with disabilities. We're working on that as well. And then the homeless population. But these are primarily those who are in residential programs. So that's the next that we're working on. But, our homebound population is a pretty large group. So that's something that we need to sit down and discuss. We're having a meeting today to discuss how we're going to start working on that next. But the 60 and older category is a pretty large category. We still have our phase 1B essential workers as well. And so, it's slow right now, but we're hoping, through word of mouth and also with our media partners, we get more and more people that will come to our vaccination clinics. We still also have our partnership with the National Guard. So this week we have the UOG Field House, which starts a little later in the day, starts at 2 o'clock and all the way till 8 p.m. And that's from tomorrow all the way to Saturday.
Do you have numbers on how many educators came out to get vaccinated over the weekend?
Yeah, so on Saturday at GRMC, there were 605 of them that showed up, which is actually a pretty good amount of them that showed up. And I think, I want to say for GRMC in one single day, I think that was probably the most that they had. And so we're really thankful to GRMC for that great partnership.
And that's GDOE,
private schools, yeah.
Okay.
Right, yeah. So it was primarily schools that were in the northern part of the island, some in the central, and then some private schools as well. And then when we identify another vaccination clinic for schools, we'll probably target some of the more central and southern schools next.
Real quickly, there was a Mary Jose Pablo on our Facebook. What time in Arahan open? It is open right now.
Right.
Right now, that's right. Yeah, so head on down.
All right. And then, Janelle, if you could maybe clarify, daycare workers, are they able to go and get the vaccine today?
Daycare workers, I'm not too sure if they're part of the DOE roles or private school or public school roles. I'll have to verify that. I'm not sure if that's something that we're going to, I need to find out with our team.
I think Dr. Cabrera had mentioned it this morning.
Yeah, he said child care,
Yeah.
daycare.
Child care would be part of the.
Yeah.
There's not a lot. I can't imagine there being a lot of daycare workers, and they are open.
Okay.
So, but I'll definitely find out and get back to you on that.
Do you have any information on any new community testing coming up?
You know what? We were planning. We were talking about community outreach, community testing. We wanted to do something this week, but we realized that this week we have second dose clinics, people who are due for their second dose throughout this week. So it was kind of difficult to squeeze in a community testing this week. So we're trying to look for a week or a day where there isn't a second dose clinic or people who are due for their second dose due, and then we will open up a community testing on that day. So once we have or identify that day, we'll make an announcement for a second dose clinic. For a community testing.
Is there anything we need to know about now? I think the president was having discussions about the COVID. What was it, Jason? The COVID prevention plan, a COVID plan. He was rolling out with mayors. The national.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? Sorry.
No, the president, he even held a press conference yesterday, I believe, about the plans for COVID. Is it something you guys are monitoring, or should we anticipate any changes?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so, what we know is that, of course, the president wants to increase the number of vaccinations. So, we're very excited about that. So, earlier, I think it was a few weeks ago, we did increase the request for vaccines. So we submitted that request, and we're just waiting to hear back from the federal government on that request. And we're hoping that, with the new administration and their advocacy for increase in vaccines, that we'll get a favorable response. So that's something we're working on. Just looking forward to working with the new administration on, support for vaccinations for COVID-19, whether it's funding and more support for vaccines. So, it's a fairly new administration, trying to see if we can get our introductions in place and then work from there.
You mentioned something about a meeting today for homebound, right? Because we did have the Mayor's Council of Guam President, Mayor PD Jesse Alig, mentioning about these new guidelines, or the guidelines that came out Friday regarding homebound Manumco. And the initial deadline mayors had was a couple weeks ago to turn in the list of all the people that were homebound. And now they just got the guidelines. So a lot of the people that signed up as homebound aren't going to be able to get the vaccine. So is that kind of what that meeting is about today?
That's part of it. And then also we wanted to discuss, because, there I believe there's like over 2,000 people that are now on that list. And what we're finding is that some of them, although they may initially meet the criteria, what we really want to do is prioritize those who are bedbound and bedridden, those who really can't get out of bed, maybe can't even be in a wheelchair. And so we want to try to narrow down the list and prioritize those who are really frail and weak, can't make it to a vaccination clinic. And those who are able to, especially now that our lines are rather short, the wait times are short, Those who are able to make it, maybe perhaps in a wheelchair, encourage them to come to our vaccination clinics. Or perhaps we're even discussing the possibility of having some, maybe a mini pod, mini vaccination clinic, perhaps maybe at a senior center in one of the villages, where we can have some of the seniors get vaccinated there. That's something that we're going to try and see if we can discuss today. See if there's some logistics we can work out there. Those who are already registered, so that if and maybe work out a way where we can bus them to the senior centers and pick them up. So that's something that we're going to be discussing today, the possibility of doing something like that for the seniors who are already registered on the homebound list. Because there are a lot of them. And what we're finding is that some of them, they might be able to make it to a vaccination clinic, for example, in a wheelchair. And just to give you an example, the listing does say, for example, if you meet the criteria, like for example, my grandmother, she might meet the criteria because she's unable to do certain things independently. She needs assistance eating or dressing or getting out of bed, and she needs to be in a wheelchair. So she might meet the criteria for homebound, but she can make it to a vaccination clinic in a wheelchair. So although she's homebound, somebody can take her to a vaccination clinic in a wheelchair. So someone like her, we would encourage someone like her to come to a vaccination clinic and not wait for homebound, because there may be a delay. It takes a few hours just for our team of nurses to make it to a home, and in one day, just to vaccinate, say for example, 3 or 4 of our manamku in one day, that can take, a full 8-hour day. So imagine getting to, 2,000 people, that could take a pretty long time. So, what we want to really do is, maybe have some mini vaccination clinics where we can get some of our seniors in one location, or encourage those who are able to make it to a vaccination clinic, perhaps in a wheelchair, especially now where the wait times are very short.
Yeah, I think it's just frustrating, though, because people that did speak with their mayors and signed up for homebound, and then only to be told, weeks later, that no,
get that wheelchair out there to Ukuru.
And then they thinking that they could have been vaccinated weeks ago if that was the case.
Yeah.
Right,
Is this something
that's totally
that
understandable? Yeah.
Go ahead. So basically, you guys are saying homebound. You don't really mean homebound necessarily. You mean
bedridden.
Bedridden, right? Bedridden, bedbound, and there may have been some clarification needed there, and so that's why now we're really trying to work with our mayors and work with the community in our manamku as well. Initially when we had the first vaccination clinics with the long wait times, there were a lot of our manamku who just saw the long lines, weren't pleased with it, didn't want to wait, but now that we've gotten it down and improved our system, we've actually seen a lot of them who are in wheelchairs, seeing that, and through the word of mouth, saying, there's not a long wait time anymore. I'm just going to tell, my friend or my relative, just come on down. It's actually worth coming here instead of waiting for a homebound visit.
Right. So the timeline, right? So you're saying that public health is going to try and do these satellite vaccination clinics for those who are receive a lot of care at home, not homebound anymore. What's the timeline on that? So our manamku listening can figure out if they should just up and go to Inaran or UOG or wherever now, or should they wait for the satellite clinic?
Well, so, like I mentioned, if you think you're able to, if you have family members, a caretaker who can take you to a vaccination clinic, like, for example, right now, it's very slow here at Ukadu. No wait time. And if you have a caretaker, a family or a relative who can take you right now, you're in a wheelchair, you'll be in and out of here in less than an hour. So if you're homebound and you were on the list, but you think maybe you can get it done today, I encourage you to just come now, instead of waiting for homebound, because if you're on the homebound list, it may take, a few days, maybe a couple weeks before you get your vaccine. But if you were to come now, you'd get it done in less than an hour.
Right.
If you were to come to Ukudu now or Southern.
So we got to get the word out, guys. There's basically nobody at Ukudu. In Iran, we're hearing there's hardly anybody there. So if you're in any of these groups to get vaccinated, now would be the day. Janelle, I had a call from somebody who was wondering about the process for University of Guam, just so they know what to expect when they go there to get vaccinated. Can you kind of walk us through what happens when you show up at UOG Fieldhouse?
Sure. Yeah. So again, it's through a registration process. tinyurl.com/vaccinateGU. So you register first. It's basically scheduling an appointment online. So you go on to the website. It's Eventbrite. And you pick your time. So it's from 2 to 8 p.m. These are for those who may not like an earlier time, kind of have a late start to their day. You pick your time, you schedule it, and then when you're ready to go, you go over there. And it's just like our regular vaccination clinics. You go in, you get a ticket, you park, and then you walk in when it's your scheduled time. And it's just like our regular stations. Station 1, you provide your information. They take your name, your ID, your date of birth. And then Station 2 is where you'll do the medical assessment. They ask you questions about your medical history. And then Station 3 is medical triage, where you're assessed by a physician if there are any further medical assessments needed. For example, if you have a history of allergies, hypertension, if you have diabetes or any of that. And then Station 4 is where you'll get the vaccine, the shot. And after Station 4, when you receive the vaccine, you go to Station 5, which is post-observation. Depending on your medical history, it's 15 minutes if you're just a perfectly healthy individual, no issues whatsoever. And then 30 minutes if you, for example, have allergies or any other medical issues where you'll need that extra 15 minutes of observation. After your observation is complete, then you get to go home. Somebody just checks on you one last time just to make sure you haven't had any reactions, and then you get to go home. But of course, we have our EMS team on site, we have a physician on site, and so that's basically the gist of our vaccination clinic.
All right, thank you for that. I did want to did you have something else on vaccine? I wanted to follow up on the state of emergency for CPS, and because it kind of just took some of us by surprise. I mean, we've always known that they've been having issues, but how much of a backlog are we talking? Do you have any ballpark figure in terms of numbers?
Yeah, I don't have, the numbers in front of me in terms of a backlog at CPS. But, what I do know with CPS is that just like with many agencies in terms of resources or divisions in terms of resources, CPS is one of those where they're always in need. They're always in need of social workers. They're always in need of assistance. And especially during the pandemic, when you need, when there is referrals, and they're unable to get to certain referrals right away. I think at some point it became apparent that we needed help. We continue to need help, and I think it's a good thing that the governor stepped in, and with the assistance of DYA. We're finally going to get that help, that assistance. But even without this pandemic, and even before this declaration of emergency, CPS is one of those agencies that's always needed assistance. Anytime it deals with children, whether it's foster care, whether it's child protective services, there's always a need for assistance. So I think it's a good thing that we're finally getting some attention at CPS.
Right. What about with Adult Protective Services? Are they having any issues that might require another agency to step in and help?
Adult Protective Services, I'm sure that they're also in need of assistance. Now, whether it requires some kind of state of emergency, I'm not too sure on that. I probably have to go talk to them. I've not heard of anything, that falls within the Division of Senior Services. So I'd have to talk to our team there. I've not heard of anything. Right now, we're also working with them because they're also working on the homebound patients as well. So we're also working with them when we're talking about inoculating our homebound. So they're going to be part of this meeting too, with our mayors as well. But so far I have not heard anything. But in terms of needing assistance, we're always in need. We're always in need of help and assistance. So, we could always use help.
I did want to also follow up on something. I had reached out to you a couple weeks about a complaint initially brought forward to Alig, and then Alig referred it over to Public Health. I sent you the videos and the complaint regarding certain nurses over at the quarantine facility and one of the supervisors there. What is the status of? Is it a review or is it an investigation? What exactly is happening?
We did receive the complaint. We are aware of it. It's still being reviewed. It's still under the review of management. No changes in the status from when I last spoke to you about it. But it's still being reviewed. Again, no changes since the last time we spoke about it.
And what about the other part of that complaint was the overtime and the I think hazardous pay? It's like 5 weeks behind. Was there any update?
So with regard to that, it was a matter of working with the different divisions to ensure that the division heads and those who are tasked with filling out the timesheets and the time records, that it was being filled out properly and timely. So those were some of the issues that we were running into. And so, at the time that I spoke to you and, I followed up with our division chief, our finance chief, we are working to make sure that all the division agency heads understood and worked with the different individuals involved so that when they do fill out the time records and the different paperwork, that it was being properly documented, being properly filled out.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, what's the process? So you have a complaint being reviewed by management. Is that the normal process for any type of complaint? And then what happens after management reviews it and makes a determination about the validity of the complaint?
I think it's really at this point, when they review it, they've got to, of course, sit down with all the parties involved, discuss it with them and interview them. And then from there, it's really, the parties involved, they investigate, they discuss it, and then from there, it's a personnel issue at that point. So
is it accurate to say it's under investigation? Because you play on words here. It's being reviewed, so it's under investigation.
My understanding is it's under review.
Okay. There was something that was said during a press conference last week for Airport Week when one of the reporters had asked the airport executive manager about the update on the rapid testing. And his response was something to the extent of, well, we can't use these Binax Now test kits. We have to go out and purchase these rapid test kits now. Do you have any information on why they're not able to use the Binax Now? Or is any other government agency using Binax now?
I'm not familiar with that with regards to having to purchase the Binax test kits.
No. He was mentioning that he would have to purchase rapid test kits. I didn't think it was that he had to purchase the Binax Now. Is it Binax Now? That's what they're called now. I forget. The Binax test kits. Because he was under the impression that he was going to be using the Binax, they were going to be using the Binax test kits, and then they received some sort of guidance or something that they would now have to purchase their own test kits.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so, I'm assuming he means that if we were to run out of test kits that they would have to purchase?
So Public Health has given at the airport Binax test kits?
My understanding is not at this time. We still have our Binax test kits, and those are the ones that we use whenever we have community testing. But in terms of purchasing, I'm just assuming here that he meant if we were to run out, that whatever they were to use, that whatever they would use would have to be purchased. Unless we continue to be provided by the CDC, because that's where we get our test kits, that they would have to be purchased at that point. They're rather cheap. They're like $5 a test. But we do continue to ask for more test kits. We do have a supply of 50,000 less whatever we've been using for community testing. And we continue to use them for community testing. We are in discussions, like, for example, with GHRA. We have discussed the possibility of using them, not just at community testing, but even like at the airport or as I mentioned, with GHRA. So there are many ways that we've discussed possibly using the Binax test kits. So, but I'm not too familiar with what the airport executive manager mentioned in terms of having to purchase.
Right. I just got a call, Janella. Somebody who received the first dose of Moderna on December 30th said they haven't received notice about a second dose. When is the second dose for those who received the Moderna on the 30th?
That would be 28 days later, so they would be due on January 26th.
Just tomorrow.
26th. So if they received it on the 28th, I'm trying to do my calendar math here. They would be due, if they received it on December 30th, you said?
Yeah.
27th, January 27th.
Okay.
But that's something Public Health does, though. They contact.
Right, we do. We call them and remind them when they're due for their second dose.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, Janella?
No, just encouraging people to please come to our vaccination clinic at Ukadu and at our Southern Community Health Center. Yeah, still slow, and especially if you're homebound. If you're able to still get in a wheelchair, and you want to take advantage of the slow time and virtually no wait time. Now's the best time to come.
Right on.
All right. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, Janella.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Take care.
See you.
Take care.
So what was that complaint that you were talking about? Did you have it? Did you want to read it?
No, I don't have it right now, but it was just a complaint about incidents over at the quarantine facility and involving some nurses there and the immediate supervisor, that there may have been nurses who were drinking.
That complaint. Right. So this is basically a complaint that there was some favoritism and that certain nurses at Public Health were allowed to be the boss's pet and go and eat dinner and drink alcohol, allegedly while they were still on the clock. And there was an accompanying video that was sent with it.
There was a video, and there were a couple of pictures, but the video was posted on social media.
Right.
It was a stream, which was interesting that they'd post it.
Yeah. So if we could find that complaint, we'd like to read that out on the air, and just minus the names or whatever.
My computer's
But that
frozen
was
right
pretty
now.
interesting that the word choices. It's not under investigation. It's under review.
Yeah, that's.
Excuse me. That sounds like it's under investigation.
Or it sounds like they're not taking it seriously.
That's really
because
what it sounds like.
that complaint was pretty serious.
And that's the thing, is it's pretty serious. That's why I asked what the process was, because, well, I mean, there was an ethics commission. That would be something that you would probably be able to file with the ethics commission, but there's no ethics commission. And so what we have here is we have a complaint about public health management being vetted by public health management. So are you guys comfortable with that?
And it's obviously the complaint that was filed, the individual had knowledge of what was happening.
Yeah, so this obviously was a whistleblower type complaint, coming from someone who we're assuming is a staffer at the Department of Public Health, or has some type of interaction with these individuals.
Right. So they're talking about how these nurses, they have a suite, I guess, at the Doucet, and that's where they work out of. So whenever like the National Guard or passengers call for help, they respond. And so there were allegations that they weren't responding because they were either at the beach or they were out shopping or they were out, drinking, not not responding. Or when they did respond, it was like, oh, well, you're just nervous.
You'll be okay.
You'll be all right.
Just let that bleed out. You'll be fine. Put aloe vera.
Yeah. So it was pretty serious. So, I guess it's being reviewed.
Which probably means nothing's going to happen. Like I said, it is what it is.
But I feel bad because there are nurses that are doing their jobs.
Right.
And obviously, whoever wrote this knows something and felt,
that something had to be said.
Yeah,
right. Yes.
Because they were also getting paid for hours that they weren't necessarily on site doing the work.
Right. But as we've seen, especially in the last couple of weeks, it seems like if you know something in the government of Guam and you know something's going on, and you air it out publicly, that the managers of those different agencies will either say, oh, it's okay, or they'll say, oh, it's under review, and then hope you forget about it. 907 will take a really quick break, and we're coming back with Jonathan Castro, the brother of the slain Andrew Castro. The family has a GoFundMe. They're raising money for the funeral and associated costs, and so we'll do that this morning on the link. That's next. Good morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the car score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the car score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m.
to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital. We got your six.
You should know. And if you want the truth, well, I'm still in love with you. No matter what I don't know, I'm still in love with you.
Myself, I don't care who you with, I'm always in my mind. Yeah.
9:10 on the link, the breeze. Good morning. It's Monday, 25th day of January. Proudly brought to you by Carrier, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. So we'd been talking about this all morning, and it kind of came out over the weekend as a GoFundMe fundraiser account for Andrew Castro. And we have a video of the brother Jonathan here that went out over the GoFundMe. So we're going to go to play this, and then we're going to actually have Jonathan in the KUAM News Zoom room here on the link.
Half a day, friends and family. My name is Jonathan Castro. I would like to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for your support on my brother's death. The reason why I'm doing this GoFundMe is for my brother Andrew Ray Castro. He was brutally murdered by a friend of his, and we need your assistance to help us with funeral costs, and we're trying to get my brothers and sisters back here to Guam. Please assist us to reaching our goal. We just need to, make sure that he's laid to rest, and he's justice will prevail for him. We are praying for all this. Thank you again for your generous support and your assistance in this matter. We really appreciate it a lot. And to our family members, we love you all. To our friends, we love you. All our co-workers and everybody that knows us, we love you so much, and God bless you guys for your assistance. During these trying times, it can be very hard, but without love, we won't be able to have friends like you guys. Thank you.
The message from Jonathan Castro, who joins us here in the KUAM News Zoom room. Again, Jonathan Dingat Castro, who's the brother of Andrew Castro, who was murdered in Santa Rita. Jonathan, thank you for coming on. I know this has got to be the toughest time for you and the family. We just would first of all like to offer our condolences on the loss of your brother Andrew.
Hey, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the staff of I-94. I really appreciate it. Or KUAM as well, I'm sorry. We really appreciate the support from you guys that you give to us. It means a lot to us, especially in this difficult times. It's been pretty horrific for me and my brothers to try to cope with the mechanism of what happened. You understand? It's so unbelievable getting the support from everybody throughout the whole island of Guam, especially our friends and family that are back in the States. That's one of the biggest things that we could actually ever ask for. We're not a well-off family. I'll get that from the beginning. Growing up with 10 brothers and sisters, we became a well-knit family, and becoming a strong family is what we actually we love, because each and every one of us gave love and received love as well. Going back to that, my brother Andrew was a really good person. I'll give you a story about him. My brother Andrew, he could be tough at times. What brother isn't? What bigger brother isn't? And also, Chris, I know because you always hear us down in your house in Mariso, we're always getting in trouble. Like, Gabriel, John, get over here. And I know you're always talking to us about that and teasing us, like, I heard you guys getting in trouble up there, Bennett too. Yeah. It was, I like it. I like doing this because it actually helps me cope joking around or having laughter is pretty much a remedy for pain. You know what I mean?
Right.
And during these trying times, we really do need to be a little bit happy instead of extremely sad.
You said there were 10 of you. How many are off island that you're hoping to be able to bring home?
We have 4 of them off island right now. My brother Gabriel, my twin brother, my dingat. My sister Renee, she's up in West Virginia. My sister Doreen and my brother Gabriel are both in Washington. And then my brother Chris is in Saipan. And, he's been trying to get over here, but due to uncircumstances, he can't make that happen. So we're trying our best to get this GoFundMe up and running so we'll be able to, get them back here. It's costly. I mean, for those of you guys that's ever been off island, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Right. Jonathan, if you could, we wanted to ask if you could take us back to that day in Santa Rita. And I know that I saw you in some of the B-roll of the scene. When did you get the call? And if you could just take us back to when you arrived at the scene at your brother's apartment.
Sure. Okay, so it happened on Tuesday, the 19th of January. And I was in training, military training. I'm with the Air National Guard. And also I'm a firefighter with Anderson Air Force Fire Department. So that day I was actually on military orders, going to be on military orders for the next 2 weeks. I get the call later on at 2 o'clock because I don't have my phone on me. It was sitting on the side because we're doing some training. And one of my other sergeants was calling me, hey, Sergeant Castro, hey, you have a phone call. Someone's calling you. And I never expect those kind of phone calls. So I'm like, okay, what's going on? What's going on? So he gives me the phone, says, hey, man, you need to call your wife. So I call my wife and I ask her what's going on. And then my wife says, call your brother and sisters, your brother Danny, call your brother Danny. So I do so, I call him. I say, hey, what's going on? What happened? And he said, hey, our brother's gone. Our brother is gone. So not thinking, I was like, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. So I just drive off the base. I'm letting them know that I'm off base. I'm getting ready to drive down. So my sister's starting to cry hysterically while she's talking to me, my sister Charmaine. And I couldn't understand her. So I said, hey, give me the phone with somebody that can actually explain to me what's going on. And my brother's wife, Odie, called me and said, John, as traumatic as it can be, and I'm trying not to be as graphic as I can, he said, Andrew's dead. He's missing his, I'm not gonna lie, I lost myself. And I don't wish that upon anybody in this lifetime. I don't wish that upon anybody. That's probably a traumatic scene for my sister-in-law to see. And especially for us to hear of something horrific like that to happen to somebody. It's just not called for. I understand that drugs can play a big role in this kind of stuff. And who isn't an angel? You know what I mean? Everybody at one point has done some type of drug. But at this level, it's something different. It's very painful. You take a life and dismember a body and dump them somewhere else. That's not right. It's not right at all. And it's as painful as it could be. I'm trying to be here as the bigger, smaller brother to my brothers and sisters because they know that I've been through these kind of stuff. I've seen stuff like this, and that I can be strong for them to help guide them throughout the this whole course because it's traumatic. Nobody wants to see their brother die like that.
Well, yeah, and then like you said, because of your field of work, you've seen things. I don't want to say like this because this was just too extreme and too shocking and almost unbelievable that something like this happened. And I'm not sure how you were able to hold yourself together. Because I know when I heard about it, I immediately messaged the chat and I couldn't even believe what I was typing. And even the response from the news team was like, what? You know? Because you don't think on Guam something like that would happen. And I guess in the past it has. But it's just really, you know, we just talked about this a week ago about the problem with drugs on Guam. 2 weeks ago, I'm sorry, before I went on leave. But I still can't believe it had gotten this far. And just for this Ornelas guy, he was friends with your brother?
Yes, he was friends with my brother. Actually, my sister-in-law, Odie, she actually was the auntie of Donovan. So he was closely related. And, you know, I understand that Odie, in between this whole turmoil, was devastated. I'm not going to lie. She's been very devastated throughout this whole thing, you know, and it's pretty, I'm not going to lie, for her, just seeing her cry, it actually makes me, you know, it makes me want to burst out and cry even harder. But, you know, as the person I am, I try to be strong for everybody. But she's taking it very well right now. She was seen, my sister Odie was seen by one of her coworkers that happened to work for behavioral health. And it really, you know, it puts her in a good sense where she understands what's going on and the severity of, you know, seeing something like that can cause trauma to someone in the long run. And that's one of the big reasons why I'm really happy about, you know, friends and family.
Jonathan, I mean, it's one thing to lose a family member, but then to lose your brother under these horrific circumstances and to have to hear he was decapitated, I mean, pretty much every night on the news, that burden I cannot even imagine. So, I mean, you're here. For the rest of the family, how are they coping with the loss of Andrew? I mean, again, like I said, it's unimaginable.
So, like I said earlier, laughter is the remedy for pain, right? So every night we'll have a rosary and we'll all talk together. We'll reminisce about how Andrew would always do some funny stuff. And, you know, he has visited us. I'm telling you, in our Chamorro culture, he's actually visited us. We have videos, you know, of him actually playing with the dispenser. I know it's kind of scary for those of you guys out there that don't like ghost stories. I'm so sorry. But, you know, my brother would actually play around with the automatic sensed sanitizers, and it'll just be going off and we'll say, Andrew, go to rest in peace, brother. And he'll get so mad because he wants to stay around that he'll press it. I mean, he'll go off again. You know, knowing me, I'm gone. Bye, Felicia. It's like, nope, not today. Sorry. I'm a wimp when it comes to this stuff. So it's so coping with it. We've been getting actually assistance from Lucille Guerrero. She works with the AG's office. She's a victims advocate. We really appreciate her help as well. She gave us like people to call and stuff like that. You know, especially for traumatic stuff like that. You know, to be seen. You know, with critical incidences like that. You know, they gave us information to call certain individuals like behavioral health and other grieving counselors and stuff like that. And then also, we also like to thank the Office of the Governor, Miss Paris Rodriguez. I called her the very first day, and she was trying to get in touch with me in order to get like certain individuals to help us out with the coping. And that's one of the big cool things about our island. We're one family, you know. You know, we stick together despite all the trials.
Has the Ornelas family reached out to you and your family?
I'm sorry?
The Donovan's family, have they reached out to you guys? You say you guys were relatives?
Unfortunately, I don't know. I don't really know his family personally, but we've never got anything in regards to his family.
Okay.
You know, as hard as it is, you know, to have hate in our heart, you know, it's at this difficult time, everybody needs love, you know, and forgiveness, you know. At one point, you know, throughout this whole thing, I was so mad to the point where I wanted to go and, you know, take matters into my own hands. But I said, for what? You know, he's gone. We can't do much. You know, so, you know, thankfully, you know, the good Lord has blessed our family with love and compassion. You know, we would take it one day at a time, and all we can do is just pray and pray for forgiveness and pray for healing and pray for kindness throughout this whole ordeal. So, because like I said, without love, we're always going to hate. And if you have the hate, the devil's going to stay in your heart forever. So always have love, you know. Love will actually set you free.
Wow, Jonathan, I know a lot of people who would still be very angry with what has happened, right? So that's good to hear from you.
I appreciate that so much, you know. It makes no sense to be angry, you understand? It's no use. You're going to be angry and then take your anger out on someone else or something else. It snaps out on the road. You have road rage. It makes no sense to have like little petty stuff like that. Right. All we have to do is just forgive and love. You know, as hard as it could be, we just have to find that in our heart to, you know, forgive. And I would like to express that to everybody, all victims of crimes. You know, it's hard to forgive, but you know, the Lord says to forgive. You know.
If you could give a message to Donovan, what would that message be this morning, Jonathan?
Well, that's a hard one, man. I know it's hard, but what I would say is, Donovan, if you can hear me, Cello, I don't understand why you would do something like that to my brother. This is a hard thing for us to lose a brother, and especially a person that took care of you, and vice versa, you took care of him as well. You guys were family. I don't understand why you would do something like that. But I pray, Donovan, that, you know, the Lord takes care of you despite what's going on. But I hope that he takes care of you and takes care of your family and friends. And for all the people out in Guam, please, you know, drugs is a big thing and it really will affect your family. Hence, this whole situation. Think about it. It will kill someone one day. May not be you, may not be your brothers. It will probably be one of your family or friends. So when I say this, have an open mind, have an open heart, and love. Donovan, if you can hear me again. It's hard to forgive you, but I know we will eventually forgive you later on down the line, wholeheartedly. But I personally, I forgive you. And I hope that you understand what you did was wrong. And I hope you can forgive yourself one day for how hard this is for our family. But I want you to know that you are forgiven.
Jason?
Yeah, John, this is Jason here. You know, while you rightfully compose yourself and everything, I just want to shed light on the fact that you use two words a lot, and you said, you know, the power of prayer and the power of your family, and there's so many of you, and you know, you guys have really come together in this. And you said, you know, there's the power of laughter that's allowed you to cope, but there's also the power of community. There are many people in the comments right now on Facebook who are offering their sincere prayers, and their family members of yours, and even total strangers are sending, their condolences, their prayers, their strength out to your family. Caitlin Castro is saying, sending you our love and prayers to you, Uncle John, and to all the family. Tafik is saying Chelu Andrew, and then giving you the prayer emoji, and that's just two of the many sentiments that are being extended to Familia Castro, in this moment and throughout this hard time. So you do have the power of the community behind you right now, and like everybody is praying for you right now.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. And I forgot to mention, honestly, to the community of Guam, and especially to the whole island, the whole world, for those of you guys listening and hearing this whole podcast, I'm very grateful to you guys. Without you guys, without your help, it really it wouldn't have been anywhere. We wouldn't have been anywhere trying to help our brother to rest easy. But like what Mr. Salas said, in regards to this whole community base, we love you guys so much. It means a lot to us, and it's just overwhelming with the kind of support we get through people we don't even know. I understand that they know that this is a devastating time for us, but at the same time, if it were their family, for sure we will actually, as a whole community of Guam, a whole island of Guam, we'll get together and support. That's just our culture here in Guam.
Right.
Don't matter Filipino, Chamorro, Micronesian, we have it all. We have love no matter what.
And again, in the comments, you'll find the link to the GoFundMe account where you can help make a donation to the Castro family to help bring back some of the relatives for the funeral.
Yes, we like what Chris was saying earlier. We do have a GoFundMe page. We exceeded our amount, our actual goal, but I understand that it's very hard to stop it with all the love that we get and the love and support that we get from the community of Guam, and especially everyone from off island. But I had a conversation with my brothers and sisters, and with all the extra money we do get from the donations and stuff like that, I actually am going to start a foundation in memoriam of my brother Andrew, Justice for Dung. And what we're going to do is we're going to help the victims of a crime in regards to either it be a death or, God forbid, not another murder. If they were in that situation that we are in right now, we can help donate all that money that we do get to whoever it is. Because we do know how hard it is. We do know how hard it is, and the struggles to funeral cost, caskets, and all that, the plans and stuff like that. If it's not paid off, we understand, and that's one of the reasons why we're not shutting down the site, because we know that when we do get this, it's going to make a bigger impact than just my brother's death.
Right.
It's going to make a big impact on the community here in Guam.
Jonathan, I was just because we get people who have had loved ones, taken from them, murdered on this show a lot. There's still some cases that are open that haven't been solved by the Guam Police Department. Your family was very fortunate in that the detectives were able to solve this overnight. What type of interaction did you have with the GPD?
Oh gosh, where to start? It was very fortunate because a lot of the investigators, a lot of the personnel that work with GPD were individuals we kind of knew, and interaction with them was they were devastated for us. They were devastated for us, and they were trying to get down and dirty to try to figure out this case from the start. Knowing everybody that were there on the scene, trying to get every clue as to who did it and why they did it and their intention. They made it easier for us to understand. they made it clear and concise that we're definitely going to catch this person. We're going to catch this person right away, and with the speediness of them, it was so unbelievable. Within a few hours, like 7 hours later, they caught the guy. We get the call at 3:00 in the next morning, and they say they found him. That brought tears of joy to us. I can't explain how much that touched us. It brought us to our knees, saying, "Thank you, Lord, for giving us this opportunity to catch that guy." And a few hours later, when we met with the detectives gave us another good news that they found my brother's decapitated head, and that my brother can actually be whole when we actually lay him to rest. Because how would that feel if we didn't have his whole body to be laid to rest? It will be devastating, and that's one of the awesome things that the Boys in Blues did. The Boys in Blue are actually brothers for life. I really appreciate them and everything they do for the island of Guam to keep us safe, and especially to my fire brothers. Thank you guys so much for taking care of my brother when you guys picked him up in his house, and also taking gentle care of him and keeping us comfort. I really appreciate you guys. My fire bros, I love you guys. My police brothers, I love you guys as well. All the detectives, investigators that took care of this whole case, thank you for giving us a sense of ease of mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jonathan. Condolences.
Our condolences again. If there's any other way we can help, Jonathan, you got our number. Don't hesitate to reach out, okay?
Of course not. Again, I'd like to say thank you to all the people that made this possible. The whole island of Guam, KUAM for assisting us in this whole support, this whole I'm sorry, I'm lost of words. It's just so much to say thank you to. But to everybody that supported us, thank you so much. And it means a lot to us, a great big deal. And Chris, Sabrina, and Jason, and to the staff, thank you very much, and we love you guys.
Again, our condolences. God bless your brother Andrew. God bless you and the family, Jonathan.
Thank
you.
Okay,
Esta.
Thank you.
Okay.
Esta, adios.
All right, 9:37. Jason?
Yeah, I was saying during the commercial break, I was like, Sabrina and I had the very distinct pleasure of being able to work with John a couple of years ago, because as he said, he's a federal firefighter, and he was actually the coordinator for the annual firefighters muster competition, which is and the both of you did the obstacle course, and through that experience we got to see the man's leadership and his character, and what was demonstrated today is you also saw, not just for John but the entire Castro family, their strength and their humanity. And that is, we've seen a lot of things in the years that we've been doing stories on Guam. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that.
No, we haven't, and I hope we never see it again. 9:37. We'll take a quick break. Again, the GoFundMe information is in the comments. This is the link. Proudly brought to you by IT&E, Carrier, and Cabo Enterprises. We're back with more next.
Catch the link on Breeze 93.9 FM.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Yeah, you're gonna like this one, and this is by Arya Limtiako, and she does a. Okay, there's a reason why this one was selected, right? Because this is a staple of Guam karaoke, the karaoke experience. Sabrina knows this; she's our karaoke queen, right? Now, there's some songs that are very, very emotional. Like if you live on Guam, if you ever go to like any Guam wedding, and it's a, what are you doing for the rest of your life? You know, that's at every Guam wedding you've ever been to. If you ever go to a funeral, it's always, you know, Wind Beneath My Wings, of course, by Bette Midler. This song, Get Here, is you ever go to any karaoke bar, this comes up at least 5 times an hour.
Is this the one that goes, you can get here by the...
Yeah, and most people, like I've seen, especially if you go to some of the karaoke bars where you have like, there's a very strong Chamorro presence, they even mix up the words. They go, cross the desert like a Chamorro man. You ever seen that?
Right, yeah.
People have done that. Because this song actually came out during the first Gulf War, and it was supposed to be, you know, cross the desert like an Arab man, as they kind of played on that. But there have been some, you know, let's say local remixes of this song and everything like that, and it's always, you know, very emotional and maybe even fitting, considering that the interviews and everything about love and about hope.
All right, so it's a Cover Me, Get Here, performed by Araya Limtiako on the link.
You can reach me by railway. You can reach me by trailway. You can reach me on an airplane. You can reach me with your mind. You can reach me by caravan. Cross the desert like an Arab man. I don't care how you get here, just get here if you can. You can reach me by sailboat. Climb a tree and swing rope to rope. Take a sled and slide down slow into these arms of mine. You can jump on a speedy coat. Cross the border in a blaze of hope. I don't care how you get here, just get here if you can. There are hills and mountains between us, always something to get over. If I had my way, then surely you would be closer. And I need you closer. You can windsurf into my life. Take me up on a carpet ride. You can make it in a big balloon, but you better make it soon. You can reach me by caravan, cross the desert like an Arab man. I don't care how you get here, just get here if you can.
Told you guys you were gonna like it. Very, very, very nice by Araya Limtiaco.
That was cool. Good stuff.
Yeah. Okay. How many times have you guys pulled that one off at karaoke?
I never sang that in karaoke.
I've never done that one, but we were okay.
I remember that part though. Cross the desert like an Arab man.
And then they always change it. I've even heard like regional versions of "Cross the desert like a barricada man," or they say what high school you're from, or. Okay, and now
welcome back, Bree.
And now we were talking. What song?
Bree is like right now. Bree, if you guys can see her face right now, she's like, I didn't miss this part of my job.
Okay, Chris and apparently Chris is disputing. I said, if you've ever gone to any Chamorro wedding, you'd always hear that. What are you doing for the rest of your life? Chris said, no, it's Atlantic Star.
It's usually because I've hosted a lot of weddings. It's usually always. And we both know that where are you leaving me hanging?
No, I remember when we were in the 8th grade.
Together it will be.
No, and remember how you used to like slow dance?
Yeah.
Like in the 8th grade, right?
You're like the sun, chasing all of the rain away.
Oh, you got the high part too. When you come around.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, but when we would slow dance to that in 8th grade, right? Which of course is like 3 feet apart, like that. And then there's that one line that goes, "Come with me, my sweet, let's make a family." And you're like, "Whoa, this got serious all of a sudden."
Oh, slow down, girl.
Yeah.
I love you guys.
We missed you, Bree.
Wait. So that was Atlantic
Serena's
Star.
like, park it, boys. That's it.
Wait, that was Atlantic
Sorry,
Star.
we're still in Boys Week mode, Bree.
That was Atlantic. Wait, who's Brenda K-Star?
I don't know.
I still believe.
Yes.
Someday you and me will find ourselves. Oh, man. I hate wedding songs. That's it.
And Climax is "I Miss You."
Right.
Which you can probably hear on.
You can hear all these on the breeze. Yeah.
Yeah. In heavy rotation, as it should be. I mean, that's basically we celebrate the music of the 70s and 80s here on FM station.
Your go-to jam is always coming up on the breeze.
But that was a very, very good rendition.
That was pretty cool. Yeah, so we do that every day. It's called Cover Me. It's brought to you by Burger King. Burger King supports local music. Thank you so much.
And I forgot, people are actually asking, they're like, hey, what if I want to do a cover? Does it have to be something I did last year? Or can send it over. We've talked about this before. If you cover somebody else's song, that's totally cool. Even if you want to send your own original music, just say
it's called Cover Me.
I'm
it's
covering
very,
myself.
It's very cool if you cover someone
Any
else's song.
genre. You want to do the ska thing, you want to do jazz, you want to do spoken word poetry, you want to do scat, you want to do death metal. I'm into that.
You need a karaoke challenge on the link.
Okay. Oh,
I want to do that.
I would destroy you in karaoke
Would we be
challenge.
able to though, or would our stream get cut off?
No. Karaoke is they change it by like a note, or they make it like either a note higher or a note lower, and then you get past all the digital coding stuff.
Okay,
but
no,
they have whole YouTube channels. with
Technically, you would have to
karaoke.
do.
Okay, just checking.
Remember before they called it karaoke? It was -1.
Yeah, that's something. If you're in a band or you're a music performer, sometimes they would bring their -1. There was when I used to host events. I used to host these things called events. There were like where a lot of people would
You used to make good
show
money
up.
off that too, huh?
Yeah, it's been a while, Jay. But we'd always get these performances, whether it's Skip Kids or whatever, and I'd be like, "Who's your band?" They're like, "Right here on the CD." I love doing it. There's a guy that always used to make a joke. I love performing with these guys because they're never late and they don't complain. The -1 track.
Yeah.
Okay. 9:48.
Yeah, but hey, if you guys, your friends, it doesn't matter.
Just see it.
Yeah, we just want to celebrate local music.
I feel like I'm going to be the worst singer. I mean, I'm not like a bad singer.
Did
but
you hear yourself?
I'm not a singer. What I do is I mimic, because I'm, doing the comedy for all those years. I mimic my grandma, I mimic my grandpa. So I can kind of mimic like a singer. But if we go like in with you guys are pros. Like Jason does Earth, Wind, and Fire. You know what I mean?
Okay, there's a term we used to use in sports, right? It's
called a ringer?
No, it's called sandbagging, right? Where
Yeah.
basically like you pretend, and kids these days they do like this, right? No. It's basically like false modesty. And an old school KUAM reporter, right? Let me take this out again. Gracie Kyanan. You guys may remember her from the late 90s and early 2000s. We went to karaoke one night. And we're all passing the mic around, we're all singing, we're all enjoying, fermented barley and hops, let's put it that way. And we passed it to Gracie, and she's like, no, come on, just sing. You're among friends. She's like, no, I don't know how to sing. We're like, come on, Gracie. No, I don't know how to sing. I don't want to sing. I don't know. I can't do it. Some say love.
Oh, God.
It is a river. And we're like, dude, the place went dead silent. She crushed it. Gracie can sing.
Like I said, I feel like I'm going to be the worst singer out of us. I got some go-tos, though. Like, what's your go-to, Bree? See, Bree's like, oh, no, what? Yeah. And she's another one of these, like Whitney Houston. Oh, I don't really karaoke. Whitney Houston.
Don't even go.
Okay.
No.
Right, yeah.
I like Alanis Morissette.
Which one?
You ought to know.
I've heard you sing Madonna, too. You can do Madonna.
Dude, you ought to know. That's like a mad song.
I'm like Chris. Like, I could, like, mimic, too.
Yeah.
But
whether
Bree has
I'll
fun
probably
when
be
she's-
off tune, but,
Bree also picks the
well.
songs that have profanity in them.
Right. Yeah.
She
Because
has a
she's a
tendency to do
thug.
that.
Straight up. She's a
No,
thug.
God, you guys are
No,
terrible.
I've heard you. She sings like the.
She sings the songs with the curse words in them.
Yeah. I could do Linkin Park. I could probably do that.
I do, man. I do. What's that one?
You guys always try to make me look bad, I swear.
I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try.
There you go.
Keep this in mind. I recall the time of the chicken. All I know. Acting like I was part of your property.
You know who's always good? You can never go
I
wrong.
can do Lincoln Park. Yeah, sign me up, guys.
You can never go wrong with Barry Manilow.
Yeah, you
Reading what
can.
Glenn wrote.
And
You go
people,
all the
people
way.
will buy you
Bree's
drinks.
song is "My Milkshake Brings All the Boys to the Yard."
Good song.
Bree could do Milkshake.
She could, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I like doing
Okay,
Gangsters,
wait,
Gangsters Paradise.
Glenn is talking so much smack. Glenn, if we do karaoke challenge, you're part of the Link fam, so you're in this too. Debbie's in this. Chamarita Rages is in this. Bev Tess J Salas is in this. Chris Cave is in this.
Yeah, you guys
Glenn
want
is
to take like
definitely in this.
you want to take like a couple weeks off talking about the news and let everything cool down, and then we'll just do a karaoke challenge for 2 weeks. That'd be fun.
Valentine's is coming up.
Oh, that's it.
Hey, there you go. No, we should do that.
And we actually have a segment we're working on.
Hey, Bree,
I know,
no.
so.
Hey, we should totally do that. We'd be like, I still believe Chris, Joe, Sir, and Bree.
See, he hits the high notes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, and Glenn goes, nasty, Miss Jackson, if you're nasty.
That's a good one.
What do you,
What's
okay.
You know, the other one I like doing from her is that when I think of you, I'm in love with you, so in love with you.
That's not the most popular Janet song, though. I think the most popular one would probably
Bass.
be...
You know that part of the end where she's doing the
No,
girl?
you know what I can see you doing because you're such a funny guy? You would probably do You Got What I Need by Biz Markie.
I love that one, yeah. Yeah, I got like about 10, 20 songs.
baby, you!
Sharing the Night Together, Dr. Hook.
Oh,
Mm.
wow.
Yep, my shutdown KUAM Sentry. That's
see,
it.
Chris
yeah.
Cave, see, you got called out in a good way. Hey, okay, tell you what. This show isn't just us, it's you guys. Okay, Glenn, what is your best
That's
karaoke
terrible.
song? Glenn, Chris, Debbie, Bev Tess. Glenn. Okay, Glenn's calling you out now. Bring it, Nanny Poodles. Challenge. Hashtag challenge accepted.
I feel like Bree sings good Debbie Gibson.
Well, no, we got to let Debbie Davis sing Debbie Gibson.
Okay. How about Betty Davis Eyes, Bree? You sing that one?
No.
That one's hard, actually. That's,
Yeah.
You got to stay really monotonous. And
But you got to have that, like, little bit of phlegm in the throat kind of sexiness.
no, you know what I would really... You know what I want to see...
He's got Betty Davis eyes.
You know what I want to see Glenn sing? Total Eclipse of the Heart. I want to
Oh,
see Glenn
man.
pull that off.
Yeah.
And okay, if you guys haven't seen it, please follow Glenn. Glenn Lujan
Cindy
on Facebook.
Lauper, Colors.
Yeah.
I like
True
to do
Colors,
the
True
True Colors.
No, because
right?
this
That's a
is
good
what
one.
I'm envisioning, right? Glenn would do this, and Glenn is like such a showman, right? He'd be like, turn around, and then he's of course got his hair
Yeah, you
perfectly
gotta be
coiffed
like-
and not a hair is out of place and everything. And there's all these snakes crawling around in my jungle, and I gotta cut them up. Total eclipse of the snake.
Where was this last week, Jay?
It was always here. Bree brings it out of me. Oh, okay. Glenn goes, God must have spent a little more time on you for me. Oh, yeah. Someone's challenging.
I like the
channeling
country
instinct.
ones.
Oh.
Country ones are always fun to sing.
Yeah, country. What's your Rhinestone Cowboy?
That one's it's okay.
Breeze done some.
I like. There were
Breeze done Gary
7
Underwood.
Spanish angels at the altar of the sun. They were praying for the land in the valley. You know that one? My kids are totally into Red Dead Redemption, so this weekend we spent a lot of time I was like, this is a cowboy song. So I'm trying to get them to like country music. So I was like, no, this is a Red Dead song. And I'm playing like 7 Spanish Angels, On the Road Again.
Dude, give him Kenny Rogers. Remember those duets that Kenny Rogers used to do with Lionel Richie?
Yeah.
Oh, classic, every one of them.
Kenny Rogers always reminds me of the Philippines because there was this taxi driver that I always used to get in the Philippines, and he would have the DVD, and it was like the concert of Kenny Rogers.
Oh, the gambler years, right?
Right. That's why the Philippines population is so big. It was because the only kind of music they listen to there is love music. That's what the taxi driver told me. He's like, yep, that's all we do is love music.
You know what? I think that's a hell of an idea. We should do that for everybody in the Link family. Let's do something karaoke challenge for Valentine's Day.
Okay, you got it.
And like Glenn said, you guys got to bring it.
Thanks, guys, for the show today. Some of the takeaways, Bree?
Oh, boy.
Oh, okay, wait. So Debbie has the ultimate challenge. I want to hear Joser sing. Ooh. I would like to hear Joe. I've never heard you sing, sir.
Can you do a knock?
Okay, well, Joser would make like the playlist to end all playlists. I mean, that is undisputed.
There's a man, Joe, who sings that Filipino version of another one, Bites the Dust? Michael V. Yeah, boom. You never heard that?
No.
Dude.
Really?
I don't know what he's saying, but it's it's freaking cool. Just like that.
Yeah,
Of course he knows. Of course he knows.
And the
Go ahead,
tempo
Jay.
is insane.
Go ahead. What is it?
No, I don't even.
Sana naman kumagat sa alikabok.
No, I hope you guys heard that.
Assalamu alaikum? What?
No, not Assalamu alaikum.
Anyway, you had to be there. I was here. I was at KUAM back then, and Michael V came out with a CD, and it was like, it said MTV, the logo, but it was like music, Michael version.
No, you know what?
Right?
There is a Filipino song that of course, every karaoke bar here plays too, and everyone will sing it because it's such a beautiful song. Was that Dahil sa iyo, right, sir?
Yep.
Yeah.
I always hear a knock.
Or bakit ngayon ka?
Oh, bakit ngayon?
Oh, yeah.
Bakit ngayon kala na isa laki na something like
No, don't stop, dude.
No, because that's
We need to get some Filipino advertisers.
we're broadening our reach.
Yeah, we are.
Speaking of which, Nestor Lacanto has an upcoming edition of his new show, Beyond All Borders. That's coming up.
That is
this
so
week.
cool, dude. So Nestor is in Manila now, and he's going to be doing a show from Manila.
Yeah. Yep. Not forever though. I mean, for those of you Nestor fans, I mean, he's visiting his kids.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And having a blast, but he's still covering things. And can I give the cat out?
Can you tell us more about the show?
Can I let the cat out of the bag a little bit? I know he's told people, but apparently, since he will be in country, he plans, assuming that things are safe and healthy, he plans to in person cover what will be the opening of the largest IKEA in the world in the Philippines. And I mean, that's cool enough. But what is significant is that when he worked at CNBC, many years ago, he also covered, when he was at CNBC as a producer, the opening of the world's largest IKEA at that point in Singapore. I mean, you were saying that last week, Chris. Remember during the inauguration how Al Roker was like, President Biden came over to him and, tapped elbows, and he goes, oh, what's crazy about that is, was it Obama or was it Clinton also did that to him? So he's probably the only reporter that, presidents have actually run over to the side and tap. But Nestor is going to actually cover the 2 largest IKEAs in the world. And if you're like me, I just think that's crazy. But yeah, so the show is he's basically talking with business leaders in the Philippines, and they talk about a lot of parallels between the Philippines economy, our economy, some of the business challenges that they expect at their scale, which is, what's the population roughly of the PI, sir? Many, many millions. I mean, just in Metro Manila alone, I mean, it's an exploding population. Yeah, and it's
The love songs.
But you know what's interesting is, and also, I mean, it's a lot of.
You ever realize what a dark song "Coward of the County" is? Kenny Rogers.
Oh,
I'm sorry, it's the random.
Country songs are always
Yeah.
they've got that really dark element to them.
It's 10 o'clock, guys. Thank you for the takeaways, Bree.
I know.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah, Nestor's doing a show. That's the big takeaway.
no, there's other takeaways.
Well, okay, my biggest. I mean, there were many takeaways from today, but we started out more or less the show with our friend Dr. Felix Cabrera, the chief medical officer for the government of Guam today, telling us that 82% of the roughly 6,000 people in the 75 and over range have now been vaccinated, and he was blown away with that. He goes, he had to check his numbers twice.
Other takeaways. Today's the first day on the job, really, for Melanie Brennan, who's the director of the Department of Youth Affairs, to oversee Child Protective Services, which is usually under the jurisdiction of the Department of Public Health. So there's been a backlog of cases. Public Health, CPS hasn't been doing its job, apparently, investigating complaints and referrals. So DYA is taking over temporarily. And as I mentioned, it's her first day to oversee. And Melanie actually has worked at CPS in the past. It was her first GovGuam job. And so hopefully she can get in there and clean up whatever's happening over there. Vaccination clinics over at Ukadu and in Inarohan. This is for first dose vaccinations. We heard from Public Health that it's really slow. So if you are in the 1C category or even 1A or 1B and you want to get vaccinated, your first dose, go there now.
I wonder, after Janella was saying that, though, I was wondering if things continue to be slow, and it's not because there's a lack of demand. Certainly a lot of people in that demographic, as we've seen, want to get vaccinated. They want to make sure they and their families are taken care of. I wonder, though, are they going to say, okay, well, now we're going to take everybody 50 and over, and then 40 and over, and if that might start to broaden the age range.
I think that's
quickly.
a decision that has to be made by the VACCP, but again, it's not just the 1C, it's also those who didn't make it, who are essential workers or teachers or
daycare workers.
Yeah,
and she
you
said
can go and get vaccinated.
Teachers 600 some, right, got on Saturday.
Right, over the weekend. And that includes private schools. You can go, if you work for a private school, you can go get vaccinated. You are eligible.
And they made that announcement
inoculated.
Maybe 2 days at most before? Was it Thursday or Friday that they actually announced that schools would be able to avail of that? Because there wasn't a whole lot of lead time, and for that many people to come out is very encouraging.
I thought it was Friday, but I'm not sure.
I think it was Friday. I think you're right.
DRT, they are doing walk-in services beginning today at their Barragata office, 9 a.m. to 12. It's open to the general public. 8 to 9, it's for the Manumco. There is something, though, that you should know, that on Monday through Wednesday, they are not doing vehicle registrations. And then on Thursday and Friday, they are not doing driver's license services. So keep that in mind.
Man, Bree, something else that I wanted to kind of touch on, maybe we could touch on it more tomorrow, is the eligibility for this.
Homebound?
No, for the rev and tax, the stimulus.
Oh.
So there's a $600 stimulus that we're giving out, but you can only get it if you filed for your 2019 taxes. And I'm going to just admit, I didn't get to file. There was a whole pandemic, and I was working. It was the guy who does my taxes normally. It was just crazy anyway. But if you didn't file your taxes last year, you don't get a stimulus at all. What you do get is some kind of tax credit next tax year, it's something like that. So remember, in the first stimulus, they were using, I believe, 2019 or 2018 or something. They used 2 different tax years. So I was able to get the first stimulus, which I needed, by the way. But the second one, and I'm not alone in this, because I know a lot of people just for whatever reason didn't file. Joe Sir didn't file his taxes. We're not criminals or anything. We just were, there was, I don't know, you might have heard, there was a little pandemic going on. People were dying. We were locked down. And so basically I found out that I won't be getting a stimulus. Joe Sir won't be getting a stimulus. Anybody else out there who did not file their 2019 tax return? I know Jason did. I'm pretty sure Jason is like.
Okay, I'm not bragging at all. And
I knew it.
And by saying I'm not bragging, I'm not bragging. It's not
yeah.
a humble brag thing, but there have been 7 years when Reverend Tax has told me that I've been the first person to file.
Yeah, see, I told you he did. I know Sabrina did.
It's the benefit of being a single pathetic loser.
Right, but I just want to say I don't believe it was the intent of Congress to give us a tax credit down the road. I believe the intent of Congress was to put money in our hands now, as soon as we can. And I think it's interesting that there's a little bit of, well, if you look at the federal guidance that's on Congressman St. Nicholas's page, it says if you don't file a 2019 return, then they'll use your 2018 return. But the Reverend Tax plan, which was approved by Treasury, doesn't say that. It basically says if you didn't file 2019, then we'll give you a credit or whatever. So yeah, that's what I thought. And I talked to a couple senators about this because I want to see, I wish there was a way to find out how many people didn't file last year. Because I want to feel like if I didn't file, if Joser didn't file, there's probably a lot of people out there who also didn't file who are just going to get nothing for this stimulus. Anyway.
Okay, something to look, follow up on.
Right.
Also, just before we go, if you were listening earlier, the Guam Police Department has launched a death investigation. There was a shooting incident that occurred last night around 9:30 at a home along Isangsang Road. A man was rushed to the Guam Regional Medical City where he was later pronounced dead. They do have a person of interest that is currently being interviewed by GPD's criminal detectives. So that story is still developing, and we're just waiting for more information from the Guam Police Department. Look for more on that on our social media platforms. Also, of course, tonight on Primetime.
It's 10:06. Good job, Sabrina. Welcome back.
Thanks.
LinkedIn.
Not sure what that's for, but
That's
okay.
just because we're glad that
LinkedIn.
you are in the immortal words of Tupac, you are appreciated.
Well,
Actually, I wanted to save that for last.
Link in.
Link in.
Link up.
Link up. Link out.
Link
Okay.
out. Yeah, oh, yeah. Wait, let's do that.
Yeah.
Ready?
Link in. Link up. Link out. Bam. Boom. Yeah, you guys got to hear Sabrina karaoke Tupac. Right? She doesn't like people knowing this stuff.
This one's going out to that south side.
It's 10:07. Hey, remember your go-to jam is always on the way here on The Breeze. This episode of The Link, January 25th, brought to you by Cowboy Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier. And remember, we got your back. We got your six with our primetime newscast. Again, my name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
We're leaving you with this one from Big Ben and the boys. Going out to the Castro family, Malesso. Always in my heart and on my mind. 10:08 again. We're KUAM FM. Agotni Guam. Esta. Adios.